Hello, it's me, Raquel Sashi. Meow meow. And we have a kitty tonight. Meow
Oh,
meow. And tonight we're talking about Wednesday, season 2, episode 7 and 8.
dun, dun, dun.
Yep. But anywho, before we start in a few minutes, how was your day, Moira?
Eh, it's all right, I guess. I got a little bit of a headache now.
Oh no.
I know, but I got more done on the kitchen, so now, like, at least, from the counter up, it's almost half done. Almost. So it's getting
Right
there.
on. That's good.
But they needed a fresh coat of paint. It hasn't been painted probably since, oh gosh, I would say probably the early 80s at best.
That's a long time.
Oh yeah, you should see some of the freaking cabinet liners. It's like wallpaper, for cabinet. You should
Uh,
see some of this shit. It looks like something from the Brady Bunch. It's like this weird like green color, like lime green with like neon flowers and shit. And
mhm.
I'm like, oh my god. But not like neon like from the 90s, like semi neonish from like the 60s.
Mm.
Like that flower power looking shit. I was like, oh my god.
Hippie?
Kind of, yeah. And like, let me see if I can find a piece of it. Hold on, because you got to see this shit.
Uh, okay. So my day has been somewhat relaxing a little bit. Was getting stuff done for tonight's show and just relaxing a little. I
I
had
I'm gonna go and
a,
go to the
a,
link, and I'm gonna show you with my
not
phone.
dinner, not lunch, dinner. Oh, I guess you could say it's like a lunch kind of dinner. I guess you could say. I had PB&J sandwich, some Doritos chips, and some cheesecake for tonight. So that was delicious. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm not really gonna feel it until I hit my head on the pillow later on tonight. I don't know where exactly when, but she'll be back. And she's showing something.
This.
That's what I said. The hippie kind of
I
look.
know. It's so
The
outrageous. I had to share it.
Lord.
Yeah, this linoleum's not helping matters, but like, yeah, that is some of the worst looking shit I've seen. God Almighty.
Right on. Oh, excuse me.
I had to share that craziness. All right, I'm back.
Right on.
Yeah.
So I had I don't know if you heard Moira, but I had like a light lunch slash dinner for tonight.
What you have?
PB&J sandwich, Doritos, and cheesecake for dessert.
Huh.
I didn't want anything too heavy because I know I was going to stream tonight. Because if I eat anything too heavy, I'm going to go down.
Oh no.
And when I mean going down, I mean crash and burn and sleeping.
Oh, poor little
So
thing.
I didn't want to do that.
No
I'll do
food
it.
coma. No food comas for the little cat.
No, not today. Tomorrow, definitely.
Oh my neck.
What did you do to your neck? Did you slip the wrong?
I think
Sorry, slip the wrong way.
I think I'm just old. Damn it.
Probably that too. Hold on. I am gonna get up and get some water. Be right back.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I am back. I got some water and stuff like that. My throat. I woke up today and my throat was a tiny bit sore.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. Or
Not like the back of the throat. I mean with the
Hello?
You can hear me?
Oh, there you are. It seemed like you kind of just tapered off there for a second.
Oh, that's strange. The uvula. Feels a little sore, tiny bit sore today. I'm hoping I'm not getting a cold, but I don't think that is it.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'm gonna,
Indeed.
make sure, I keep my hands clean and stuff like that, which I've been doing. So
Yum, yum.
and stuff. And I had a glass of water just in case I need to wet my whistle.
Indeed.
Hello. I hope everyone's having a good evening today and relaxing and just hopefully putting their feet up and relaxing and probably having a snack and stuff like that.
Indeed, indeed.
Anyway, at the end of the day here.
Your microphone sounds like it's underwater.
It is?
Yeah, when you look away from it, it does that, it seems.
All right, what about now?
Much better. There we go.
Oh, no, come on. Up.
It was like, whoop, 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 and I was like, wow.
All right, if it does it again, let me know.
Indeed.
It shouldn't do that a little bit. All right, we're going to talk about Wednesday season 2, episode 7 and 8. We're going to talk about episode 7, Woe Me the Money. I love that. Woe Me the Money. How true it is. Of course, I have to play the stupid thing. Hold on a minute. Just put this off screen a little bit. There we go. There we go. Now I can add it to the stage. All right. I didn't want to play the video on stream because I did that accidentally last night for a few seconds.
Oh.
Don't want to do that again. Good thing I was not. Good thing that went okay. All right. We at the Tiki Live Sirens Bar. Looks really cozy. We see some guy with a Hawaiian t-shirt talking to a
It's that
bartender.
Principal Dorset or whatever. But looking
Well,
all like late 80s.
you're right. That is Principal Dort looking really Hawaiian at a Tiki Sirens bar, um, talking to a bartender and stuff.
And I forgot who that is off the top of my head.
I'll let you know.
As soon as I see him, I'll be like, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I have to like drink something. I do like this. I'm like, look at the background right there. If I can get it, but that's a mermaid right there,
Oh, you got like, oh, okay.
or sirens.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get a better picture. I don't think I can. Oh well. So like the bartender's like saying, "What can I get you?" 3 rocks. And Dirt's like saying 3 rocks, 2 fingers, and I've and then the bartender finishes 1 splash of water. Um, let's see. So the start like so.
Oh, okay. Now I remember who the guy is. Never mind. Now I remember. Shit.
Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it right here. So this is when Dort is like saying like you look familiar and stuff to the bartender. Uh and this one he said like I remember you in the Crucible at the Jupiter Dinner Theater. Your John Proctor was spellbinding. So he was in a movie as an actor, which is weird. Watching a TV show and they're acting, and there's like there's an actor. The character says he's acting in the movie. That's like within the screen kind of thing. You know what I mean? Which is funny. Well, kind of and stuff. And like Barry Dorse like saying like to the bartender that the audience was hanging on to the bartenders every word, particularly the ladies. And the bartender pretty much croaks that he was the to Barry that he was the only one who remembered, and says he doesn't remember seeing him at Tiki Tales before, and introduces himself as Arnold Hunt and stuff. And Barry Dort says he mentions one of the sirens, Gabrielle, who's right there. Who looks very young, like her daughter's age. So who knows how long ago was this meeting? Barry Dort says I figured a talented guy like you would be knocking them dead out on Hollywood. I mean, you certainly do have the looks and charisma. And Arnold Harlan is saying that he took his shot in LA, even better a recurring role on a stop opera, Medical Affairs, which is interesting. And Barry says no way, that was his mom's favorite show. God rest her soul. She never missed an episode. Now here, this is what's interesting right here. Arnold Hunt said he played Dr. Gideon Sterling. And he's talking about his character of the TV show's background here, saying that his long lost brother came back from the dead and stole his wife. And then he blew up me in my porch. Porsche, which is the car. And Arnold Hunt says that after that, says a nosedive after that with his career. So he packed up his Corolla, which is, I think, his car, and moved back home. And Barry is telling him, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity, and you're in luck because he has the right opportunity for him. And Arnold is like telling him he doesn't need a manager. That those days are long gone. And Barry Dort is trying to convince him to join something. And Barry's like saying he's talking something about something bigger. Saying he sees a lot of broken people in his travels, especially outcasts, and has an idea how to fix them, and he wants to create a place where like-minded people come together to follow a shared vision of enlightenment and growth, which Arnold here says sounds like a cult. And Barry retorts, nobody likes the C word. I prefer the term movement. And Barry is like telling me he has a tired business plan and stuff like that. I don't know if I can show it, but I will try. Yeah, right here he shows. He takes out like a folder or binder of some kind. And he says that he wrote an instruction manual on how to build a better life. And the notebook says an investment in well-being / business plan. That's the notebook. And the manual says how to build a better life, change your life today. I don't know if I can get it on the screen, but I will try my best. Oh, there he goes. So that's the notebook and the journal right there. An investment in well-being, a business plan, and then how to build a better life. Change your life today. Oh, yeah. Underneath the investment in well-being and business plan, a program for your self-fulfillment right underneath it. And stuff. So Barry Dort is like saying he's self-aware, know that his mug isn't going to convince anyone, and he has seen Arnold on stage, saying that he has indefinable star quality, and this is the part you were born to play. And Arnold is convinced the Barry is serious, and stuff. And Barry is like, remember the Wizard of Oz? I'm like the guy Toto finds behind the curtain, secretly pulling the levers. You will be great and powerful Oz, the face of our movement. An inspirational leader who touches people's souls and persuades them to part with their hard-earned cash for a chance to be part of something bigger than themselves. And Arnold Hunt asks, does the movement have a name? And Barry looks around and looks at the drink coaster he has in front of himself. It says, what about morning song? Because every dawn brings the new light. A new day, what do you say? And they clink glasses together, and Barry shores his fire ability on his index finger. Right there. And we go to Barry um, in the principal's office, and he's reading a newspaper. Um, Saying that the cult leader Gideon Sterling was spotted in Vermont. And he presses the secret passage for the fireplace and goes inside. So he's aware of the secret hidden entrance of the fireplace. How did he find that out, I wonder? And he goes to the ruined classroom, and we see Bianca and her mom Gabrielle there. Yeah, that's him right there approaching the two. And Bianca's like, telling Barry Dart that she can explain, and Barry saying that he telling me is Bianca no need, that her and her mother, her and him, basically him and her mom go back a long way, which Bianca is very confused about. And that's when Principal Barry Doris like telling Bianca, like, who do you think introduced her to Gideon all those years ago? And Bianca realizes that what Principal Barry Bart is talking about. And she says, "You're part of Morning Song," and that's when Principal Barry said that he is Morning Song, which stuns Bianca. Principal Barry Dart says, "We have a good thing going until you poked your tails in and stirred things up. Fortunately, I don't hold grudges." I hardly doubt that. And Gabriella, or Gabrielle, asks, "What do you want, Barry?" And Mr. Barry Dort says, "Mike Count, he'd been living here rent free, but the free ride is over." And says it's time to get to work, ladies. So their free ride is over. I am not going to show this because it's really gruesome. Let's see if I can get like a more low-key view of it, because I don't really think YouTube will allow me to show this up close. I'll show in a brief kind of way. But we do see a dead Professor Olaf, and he was being examined by people in protective suits. And we see Sheriff Santiago and Principal Barry Dort at the crime scene. I'm just gonna leave it right there. And so, yeah, the people in the protective suits are like examining and taking pictures of the crime scene, and Principal Barry Dort is asking like how much longer this is going to take. He can't have his guests arrive to a crime scene. And Sheriff Santiago assumed that he was going to cancel the gala out of respect.
And she looks absolutely stunned. And she looks stunned at how crude he is.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He was just wants the gala to go as planned. He doesn't care about the crime scene.
Honestly, I would move him to the top of the suspect list if I was her, just for how fucking gauche she's being. I'd be like, you know what, you are sus as fuck.
That's why she's giving him a weird look and stuff. And like the Principal Barry Dorse, like he's like rebuffs this and says, like, Professor Olaf would want us to keep calm and outcasts on. That's the Nevermore way. It's also the Nevermore way to respect your friends and colleagues. And the sheriff is like telling him oh, no. So she doubts that she says doubt anyone's going to show up once this hits the press. And Principal Barry Dirt has the gall to say, can we just say there was an unfortunate classroom accident? Dude, you can't cover up a murder as an accident. Two different scenarios. Which kind of take, Sheriff Santiago was like, a little kind of taken back from this. And then Principal Barry Dorse like saying to her, do you want it out there that the Jericho Sheriff's Department still hasn't caught a killer zombie? And just when Sheriff Santiago shakes her head and says this isn't over, saying from now on her deputies will handle campus security, and tells Principal Barry Dort that it's non-negotiable. Good for her. So they're gonna the sheriff and the deputies are gonna handle campus security now after what has happened. And Wednesday and Enid are just like watching this and stuff. Enid says we both know Santiago and her crew have no chance against two hides and a zombie. Which is kind of true, I have to say. And stuff. And
a well-placed bullet to the head will fix some of that.
Well, it really depends if you have a really good shot.
Well, the zombie wasn't moving too fast. They could find it.
I don't mean the zombie, I meant the two hides.
I mean, if you have a few people, you can't get them all at one time.
And plus, it's not really easy to kill a zombie. The only way you can kill a zombie is by cutting up his head off and put his head in the fire.
Well, it depends on what zombie movie. Like, usually a well-placed shot to the head gets it done. This one, I don't know. It's kind of weird. You might have to shoot him in the head and then rip his heart out.
Possibly. So, the sheriff and her deputies disperse. And Wednesday finds Enid's newfound criticism refreshing. which Enid retorts only Wednesday could leave a psychic scar tissue and a body swap. Um, and Agnes comes in, telling Enid, nice try telling you to stay invisible, which Enid's, uh, you know, she is annoyed with Agnes. Uh, and Agnes tells Enid to save her apologies, and stuff. And Enid's like, she's not even a little bit sorry. And tells Agnes that she should be grateful that her and Wednesday came to rescue her. And there was a premonition I die, says Enid. Enid, yeah, so she says that there's premonition that she die, and Agnes tells it yet never came to pass. Worst premonition ever. And that's when we say that the premonition has changed. Said that Enid no longer dies, and Enid's like, really, she is relieved. And then it hits when Enid hits Wednesday, like, wait, then who dies? And that's when Wednesday tells her at Adams, which is why she needs to flush out Isaac and the Galpin family before she gets to her family. And that's when Agnes says, your search may start closer to home, and hands her a file folder. And it says, Nevermore Academy, Isaac Knight, 9th to 12th grade, who was a Da Vinci and with his student code ID or something like that. Now we see someone dumping dead rodents into sugar and stuff. And we see Gomez and his lovely wife, Morticia. And there's, like, no joke, there's dead mice in a bowl of sugar, which is disgusting. And Wednesday comes in and puts the file of Isaac, the file folder of Isaac Knight on the table. And her dad's like, what has her braids in a twist? My little tempest. He's telling her dad the latest exhumation from the growing secrets you've been keeping from me. Says you not only have known the identity of Pugsley's zombie, but was your roommate. So Isaac Knight was Gomez's roommate. And Gomez says that he was more than that he was his closest friend. And stuff. So there's a picture of, like, Isaac Knight when he was not a zombie. Patricia said that, says that Wednesday's father was the only one who could charm his way into Isaac's clockwork heart. And Gomez says that he tried to protect him from people who wanted to exploit his genius. which Winston retorts to like Augustus Stonehurst. That's why he built the lab for him in Yayo Tower. Which Patricia says Stonehurst saw him as the key to unlock the secrets of outcast abilities. And you can see here, Grumas has put a dead rodent on toast, on a bit of toast and stuff with jam on it, which is gross. Anywho, what Patricia is saying is says he could use science to extract Francois' hide ability. But Gomez says he says he had no idea that Isaac was Pugsley's zombie until I saw him at Pilgrim World. Wednesday says he's not just some brainless pet anymore. Isaac has fully regenerated. And he is reunited with Francois and Tyler. Which is not good. And stuff. And this one, Wednesday says, who did not leave town as promised. And Patricia has pretty much enough of this conversation and leaves. Patricia so Patricia leaves and Wednesday follows her, and then Gomez is like about to eat the dead rat on the toast, which is just disgusting. And Patricia's like in the garden room feeding the two monstrous Venus flytraps pieces of meat. There's one of them. Yeah, there's them right there. And Patricia's telling Wednesday that it was a Larissa Weems that told her she has been snooping around in the cottage in Enid's body. Wednesday says that her and Weems have been conspiring behind her back. Patricia says you went to Rotwood's grave. It must have been your grandmama who planted that pernicious idea in your head. Which Wednesday retorts it may have been pernicious, but it was enlightening. And Wednesday shows a book of her mom's book that she wrote. Barbara Jean Day, Kisses and Coffins. Asks her mother how long you've been writing, Barbara Jean. And stuff. Patricia says, since I was your age, I made the mistake of giving my mother one of my early efforts. The sound of her humiliating cackle still haunts me. So after that, I decided to keep my literary career a secret. So Patricia also does writing. So like mother, like daughter, really. Patricia says, your father has no inkling, and she likes to keep it that way. So, Lindsay's father doesn't know that Patricia writes books. Lindsay says that her lips are sealed for her own protection. I began to profusely vomit after reading the first 5 pages. Dang. And Patricia says, maybe one day you'll appreciate the intoxication power of weaving mystery and passion. Which Wednesday says, we have more pressing family matters at hand. My premonition has changed. Enid no longer dies. And it says, one of us does, and Adams. And that's when Wednesday says she would like to sacrifice Pugsley. Like, dang, her own sibling. That's harsh. We see Enid in the school going up the stairs, and Bruno is following her, telling her to wait, saying she has been looking for her. And Enid's like telling him, saying she's been avoiding him, what she'll do for the rest of her life. And Bruno says he wants to explain the situation about Sophia. And Enid's like, that's your girlfriend's name. Bruno is saying, when says we decided to take a break, or when he came back to him or Sophia. And he says he figured out join a new pack here. I wanted to keep things casual. But then I met someone, I can't stop thinking about her. And Enid's like telling Bruno she isn't going to compete for him. And Bruno says he knows, so he finally broke things off with her last night. Enid's like, you're keeping this a secret all semester. I didn't know that I can trust you again. And Bruno's like telling her he'll do whatever it takes. Can I still escort you to the gala? And then that's when Miss Capri comes in, saying, an unhappy voice saying, Enid Sinclair in the classroom right now. And Mrs. Capri is not happy, saying to Enid that she broke off the Lupin cages last night, and why. And Enid said she wasn't being herself. And Miss Capri saying that it wasn't an excuse. Becoming alpha is something you can not take lightly, especially with a full moon in 2 days. And Enid is like saying that doesn't sound ominous at all. Miss Capri says if a young alpha transforms under a full moon, there's a very real chance you could remain in werewolf form. And Enid is taken aback from this information and asks, how long? And Mrs. Capri is a little bit hesitant to say, which Enid picks up and says, wait, you mean forever? And Miss Capri is telling her, I'm afraid it's worse. Alphas who permanently transform. They're hunted and killed by other werewolves. At this point, Enid is kind of panicking. I don't blame her. Damn, I thought when you were an alpha, you call the shots. But apparently, at this case, if you call an alpha, you're doomed in werewolf terms. And Miss Capri says it's a form of self-policing. Enid says this is a living nightmare. Oops. Oh, right there. Yeah, it's a form of Miss Capri saying it's a form of self-policing. And Enid saying this is a living nightmare. Miss Capri said if you follow precautions, you should be fine. Before sundown, lock yourself in lupin cages and keep calm. You're not alone in this, Enid. Your pack is your strength. And we can see Enid is somewhat upset and very concerned. At the Galpin's residence outside the tool shed underneath the secret passage of the doghouse, we see Francoise tending to her brother's clockwork heart, and we see a moth flying around, which Isaac brushes off. And Tyler's about to go somewhere, and Isaac's saying, like, leaving. We see Tyler packing his bags right there. And Tyler is saying, if you don't give him emergency permission, if you don't give me emergency permission to kill Wednesday, we need to get the hell out of Jericho. And Francoise, Tyler's mom, is saying that the Adams family is not his problem anymore, sweetie. And stuff. And it says we have a bigger plan for them. Leave it to your uncle Isaac. And Tyler retorts, yeah, because he's been crushing it so far. Which Isaac says every experiment has unforeseen complications. We'll be prepared next time. And Tyler says there's no next time. The machine was destroyed. And Isaac has enough of Tyler's attitude towards him. And stuff. And goes up to him. And Tyler is like telling his uncle Isaac, saying it doesn't take a genius to see that you failed. And Isaac is telling him the only thing I could care about is saving my sister. And the one factor that he doesn't need in that equation is Tyler. And Francois is telling them to stop it. Telling them the minute we turn on each other, they're dead. And Tyler is like saying that one of us is already dead, queuing to Uncle Isaac. It's when Francois starts coughing, and both of them rush to her side and stuff. Yeah, Isaac checks on his sister, saying Francoise, and tells Tyler her medicine, find it. And we see Francoise like looking at a bloody hand towel that she's coughing into. So she's running out of time. Um, Tyler gets the medicine bottle, but it's empty. So she's out of her meds, which is not good. And Francois says she needs more medicine. Um, and Isaac is just getting frustrated here and stuff. And it says there's an animal hospital in town. Come with me. And they Francois and Isaac. Francois and Tyler follow him. At the Galpin residence, we see Wednesday approaching the house, and there's like police tape on it. And she goes inside, looks around the family room. There's Thing, who tells to check in the back. We're looking for anything that can point us to where they're hiding. She says Isaac isn't going to go anywhere until he can save his sister from being a hide. And Thing takes off. We see Principal Weems looking in a picture. This picture of, if I can get it. There it is. So there's Principal Weems. Say all Francois ever wanted was a normal life, and she had it for a fleeting moment. And that's her with her husband. I think his name is either Dylan or Donovan, and their son Tyler. And the picture frame is broken. And we see Thing go out to the doggy door or cat door, and Wednesday's going through the Apple family's things in the family room. William says, the last time I stood in this room, she asked me to be her maid of honor. I knew she hadn't told Galpin about her condition, so I declined. And it says they didn't speak again. And Wednesday is like, spare me your, how you say it, such a stroll down memory lane. So Wednesday doesn't particularly care about the backstory. She's focused of finding evidence of where the Galpin family is hiding. And stuff. William says that perhaps you can tell me how you plan to take on the Galpin family monster mashup and stuff. Saying that your sharp tongue will be enough to keep them at bay. And Lindsay's getting annoyed at this point, saying if she's not here to help, feel free to dissipate. And Lindsay turns around and she's gone. Thing comes back through the cat or cat doggy, the dog or cat door, and snaps his fingers to get Wednesday's attention. And they go outside, at the tool shed and the doghouse. Thing stands right next to the hidden passage of the doghouse. So this is good. So their hideout is no longer a hideout. Wednesday brings out a what are those called? I know the name of it. Electric stun gun, or electric stun handheld. Close enough, I guess. And she goes downstairs. She's looking around the room with Thing in this secret compartment. I don't know if I can get the there's the food, so clear evidence the Applin family was there eating food. When she says for a couple of hides, they fled like rats. And stuff. When she approaches the bedroom, and she sees something's on the floor, she picks up a bloody rag and a medicine bottle. And when she says she understands why Isaac was so hell-bent on saving his sister, saying she's running out of time. And we see a moth laying on Thing's fingers. Mm-mm. Sorry, I need to get a drink. At the Nevermore Academy boys' dorm room, Huxley's working his homework, and Eugene is talking to Wednesday at the table and stuff. Eugene says, a new Inkwood corpse moth. Says it you see the moth in the in a container, saying extraordinary specimen, where you find it. Wednesday says, following someone's emotional support zombie. Bugsley goes to his sister, saying he found Slurp. And we see the mobs in the container. Eugene says, tweeze these from Slurp when they were larvae. Now they're about to enter their migratory phase. Pugsley says, what's that? Eugene says that's when they turn to their host body to lay their eggs. And Wednesday, which is disgusting. Wednesday says, what if the body is on the run? Eugene says, I bet they can still find it and insect GPS beats Google Maps every day of the week because they're going with their instinct. Poor Pugsley says he just wants a friend. And Leslie retorts, why could he find one with a pulse? Pugsley says he tried. But no one was interested. Poor Pugsley. Eugene pulls the rope to open a window, and him and Wednesday open the container containing the moths. And Eugene uses his bug ability to guide the moths out the window. Wednesday says, go find your host, and the moths go fly through the window to find their host. Elsewhere in the school, Bianca sees a deputy, next to a sign that says Gala Committee members plus visitors only. So he's being security for the school right now. Ajax comes in. Shows his phone, if I can find it. Yeah, it says, Ajax says, I saw this. I went to check on your mom, but she's not in the room. The phone was saying, Morning Song cult member spotted in Vermont. So there's Gideon Sterling spotted in Vermont. Bianca says she was afraid Gideon was onto her, and now that the sheriff has deputies crawling over the campus. And Ajax looks behind to see the deputy. Bianca says it's a matter of time before she was discovered. Ajax says, wait, she left. Where is she going? Bianca says she's not sure. She thought it was better I didn't know. And then we see Principal Barry snooping on the convo they're having. I can't really show it. I'll try. Yeah, right there. He's snooping on the conversation. Bianca says, it won't be the first time she disappeared on me. At least now you don't have to worry about us. Ajax is asking Bianca what's going on. That's when Principal Barry Dort, right here, Bianca saying, would be the first time she's appeared on me. At least now you don't have to worry about us. And Ajax is asking what's going on. That's when Principal Barry Dort says, Mrs. Barclay, can I see you in my office? Bianca takes off. About to take off, and she tells Ajax to drop it. It's just for better for everyone this way. And she takes off, but Ajax isn't sure. He ain't buying it. He feels like there's something wrong. Wednesday comes in her dorm room as she sees her grandmother there, Grandma Hester Frump. She's reading something by the typewriter, and we're also hearing music playing and stuff. Grandma Hester Frump is saying she's biding her time during her novel. Viper's mother, Dominica, is pitch perfect. And also says, how did you describe her? She reads, says a cleaning stay-at-home optimist that makes Viper want to shed her skin more times than a cobra. Grandma Hester Frump laughs a little and turns to Wednesday and says, speaking of your mother, she crystal balled me earlier, gave me an earful about steering you to Professor Watwood's grave, said there were complications. I am just relieved that you're unscathed. Wednesday says, neither of us have an iota of compassion. It's one of our most enduring traits. Tell me really what brings you to Nevermore. Grandma Hester Frump says, your reasonable principle called last night. I've heard kidnapping victims sound less desperate. Well, yeah, she's right on the money right there. He sure is a weasel. Becoming more and more like it, too. Grandma Hester Frump says she's offered me to the moon offer me to the moon to donate to your mother's gala. Wednesday says that I thought that ship has sailed, capsized, and sunk to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Grandma Hester Frump said, of course it has. But you know what I say. Once he says, the bigger the offer, the sweeter the grovel. Yeah, the bigger the offer, the sweeter the grovel. You want to see the whites of his eyes when you reject him. Damn, that's harsh. Grandma Hester Frump says there's few greater thrills of witnessing the exact moment when a man's spirit is broken. Well, fuck. That's harsh. That's when Grandma Hester gets up and says, time to put Dort out of his misery. She also says that he hasn't drowned in his flop sweat already. And Grandma Hester is about to leave, saying perhaps what you and your mother need is a break from each other. Come and stay with me for the summer. I could teach you about the family business. I realize you're going. Hold on a second. There's something wrong here. Hold on a second. I realize you're going to be a literally enfant terrible. Yep, that's what it says. Wasn't really exactly sure. But death is recession proof. Wednesday, thanks her grandmama. Grandmama Hester Frump says, I knew you come under my black wing. Eventually, maybe an Adams, but you're at Frump at heart. What little heart you have. Well, damn. So she leaves. We see Grandma Hester Frump meeting with Principal Barry Dort, and there's like some kind of display covered in purple cloth. Principal Barry Dort says it's an honor to have the Duchess of dearly departed. Paints the halls of Nevermore again. Grandma Hester Frump says, savor it. Expect this visit to be brief and final. Principal Barry Dort says, I won't waste another second. As I said on the phone, your generosity will notably ensure our future will build a monument to your life and work. Principal says, Barry says, introducing and unveils the display. And there it is. There's a mini display of Nevermore Academy, and there's like trumpets sounding, and there's lights pointing up to a tower that looks purplish and has the F initial. Principal Barry Dort takes out a clicker that makes the miniature display of Nevermore light up and stuff, and we see the lights shining on a tower that has the that's purple and has the F initial on it and stuff. Grandma Hester Frump is surprised. Principal Barry Dort says Nevermore will be the preeminent academy. Says for tomorrow's morticians, embalmers, and funeral directors. Looks really nice. The nice display and stuff like that. We see a close up of the front tower display right here. And Principal Barry Dort gets a pointer stick out saying this will include updating the campus cemetery, branded headstones, and replacing the orchard with a body farm. Death, Nevermore, and Frump. What can you think were unholy trinity? Which Grandma Hester Frump chuckles about. Hester Frump says, a master presentation. My ego had never been more expertly stroked. And then she turns to the Principal Barry Dort, says, but flattery is like a formidable hide. It is to be sniffed, never swallowed. Which is why I have zero intention of giving one cold cent to this moth-eating dump. And Principal Barry Dort says, it was worth a shot. So, yeah, you need to look happy right here. Grandma Hester Frump raises an eyebrow. You hear Bianca come in. She takes her necklace off. Before that, she comes in. Before she actually, I'll back up here. Sorry. First of all, Mary Dort says, Bianca, will you please escort Miss Frump to her car? That's when Bianca comes in, takes her necklace off, and approaches Miss Frump using her siren powers, saying, "You will leave your entire fortune to Nevermore. That is your legacy." You will present this decision to your family and the world without raising suspicion. You will attend the gala as a guest of honor. And once I snap my fingers, you won't remember I was ever here. Bianca snaps her fingers. Miss Frump snaps out of it. And Bianca escorts her out. But isn't feeling good at what she is doing. She's pretty much being held, blackmailed, and a hostage by Principal Barry Dort. With her scholarship and her mom. In the town of Nevermore, we see, I don't know if you can see, but right here, we see the moth looking for its host. You go to signs, which is the vet saying that we're close to see one's in there. Tyler approached the door saying that we need a vet. It's urgent. He's like knocking on the door. The vet answers, saying that they're closed. Tyler says it's an emergency. A car hit their dog. Their dog. Says, I can't move him by myself, please. The vet guy says, where is he? And that's when Tyler cuts him off and knocks him unconscious. With something, I don't know exactly what. No, it wasn't Tyler. It was Isaac who knocked him out. I'm sorry. Isaac came in and knocked him out. Isaac signals his sister to head inside, and Tyler drags the body of the unconscious vet inside. Inside, Isaac eats the brain of the vet guy who's now dead. Wipes blood from his mouth. Tyler is looking over his mother. Isaac Tyler says that his mom needs a transfusion. Isaac says the pills that they gave her will help suppress her hygiene. Thus prolonging her life. And Isaac is like grabbing medical tubes and looks at the mirror. Seems to be becoming more and more like human-like self. That's when Isaac says, When she transformed to save you, it must have exacerbated her condition. Tyler says, "Are you saying this is my fault? I'm killing her." Isaac says, "No." And brings the IV bag with him, where his sister is at, who's unconscious. Isaac says, but delaying her treatment will. What your mother needs is blood, high blood. And Isaac looks at Tyler. Now that's when Isaac shows the uncapped needle and says tells Tyler roll up his sleeves, but she begins to do so. At Nevermore Academy, we see the Nevermore Academy being all decorated for the gala and stuff. Now, I love the scene right here because it's very Victorian and very like Phantom of the Opera kind of thing, which I love. There's like a boat on a makeshift pool. Yeah, boat or gondola, and a makeshift pool right there. And it looks there's two gondolas with two makeshift pools and the school's quad, and we see like beautiful chandeliers right there, very beautiful. And we see Morticia in the school upper school balcony, and Morticia notices someone's there. And it's Principal Weems. Weems says the gala would no doubt be a rousing success. Patricia Adams will save Nevermore, and the Russell Weems era will be buried once and for all. Patricia says it was never her intention to overshadow Weems' achievements. However, Weems says, and yet it always ends up happening. Patricia turns to Weems and says, what has Wednesday done now? Weems says, it's not her this time. Your mother is using your estrangement to pull Wednesday closer to her. I envy so much of your life, Morticia, but you're not your relationship with that old bat. Morticia says, thank you for saying so. Weems chuckles and says, don't thank me yet. You're more like your mother than you think, which Patricia scoffs at. Weems says, I'm talking about your pathological predilection for secrets. Patricia says, Larissa, that's completely unfair. Weems says, is it? You failed to be forthcoming with Wednesday about your true relationship with Francoise and Isaac. So what's going on here? Patricia knows. Well, we already know. Patricia knows Isaac and Francoise, but how well? That's when Weems tells Patricia. Weems says her vision Wednesday has changed, and Adam dies now. Don't let this rip apart the family you spent your life trying to protect. Tell her the truth before tragedy strikes. So, this is not good. Let's see if we can get it here. At the looping cages, we see keep calm and don't wolf out. We see Enid in a cage, and we see Wednesday at the opposite in the at the cage, and stuff. Enid says, if I had to spend my nights in this cage, I should make it feel like home. And says, how's the hide hunt to Wednesday? Wednesday says she put some feelers out. They should be honing in on Isaac's rotting flesh as we speak. Wishing Enid nods too, but looks worried. Wednesday says, what's wrong, Enid? Enid says, fun fact I learned today, if a young alpha wolfs out on a full moon, there's a high chance that I could never change back. Like ever. And if that isn't enough, I'll be hunted by other werewolves. Wednesday says, the full moon's in 2 days. How are you supposed to prevent that happening? And it says, by staying calm, trying to distract myself with things that make me happy, like picking a dress for the gala. Wednesday says, why do you need a dress for a gala or you aren't going to attend? Enid said, Bruno asked me as a friend. Capri granted me an exception for my dance routine as long as I am locked up afterwards. Capri says I didn't have to face this alpha business of my own, that my strength is in my pack, but the truth is, you are my pack, Wednesday. Enid says, if I wolf out you and couldn't, change back, you would come and find me. Wednesday says, I have no problem hunting you down. That's when Ajax comes in. If I can get it. Okay. And he's like holding up his cell phone, saying, Bianca's in trouble. Have you heard of Gideon Sterling? If I can show it right there. And it says pretty much what we saw last time earlier. VVN Vermont local news morning song cult leader spotted in Vermont. Enid says, I can't believe Bianca had a whole crime drama going on and none of us knew about that. Ajax says her mom's missing. I think that Dort's involved. Enid says Sheriff Santiago and our deputies are crawling all around the campus, so we have to tell someone. Wednesday says Dort thinks we're in the dark. I do my best work in the dark. So here we go. Things are getting more interesting here. Nevermore Academy. Principal Barry Dort welcomes Wednesday in his office. And we see her her parents, her grandmama Hester Frump, and her brother Pugsley. Principal Barry Dort says perfect timing, and we see this little display of a Nevermore Academy behind them. And then, Principal Barry Dort says perfect timing. Grandmama Hester Frump says, come and look at my new tower. Which I trying to hone in on it. But that's the good as we get. So we see the small display of Nevermore Academy at the table. Principal Barry Dort says that's just the tip of the Frump philanthropic iceberg. Yeah, philanthropic iceberg. And stuff. Patricia doesn't really seem to be pleased to be with her mother, Hester Frump. Once she says, says the only chance charity in life was a quick, painless death. Grandma Hester Frump says, since my own family has little interest in the empire, I've built one grave at a time. I have decided all my spoils should be used to educate future generations of outcasts, which Winston is stunned upon. And stuff. Principal Barry Dort says, "Can you believe this woman's generosity?" And Winston says, "No, I can't." Pugsley asks, I'm still going to inherit your vintage car collection, right? Grandma Hester Frump says, "Not even a rusty hubcap, my darling." Gomez says, our door has always been open to you, Hester. Patricia says, "You're the one who boycotted our wedding and declined invitations to all family gatherings." Hester Frump says she's done with arguing about the past, only care about the future. What Principal Thornton and I have planned will get Nevermore back on track. Hester Frump says, barring outcasts without an ability from enrollment. That doesn't sound good. Patricia says being an outcast is a state. Hester Frump says that inadequate husband of yours. Which Patricia doesn't like hearing that. Hester Frump says no. Says being no. Sorry, I'm getting a little confused there. Patricia, that's when Patricia says being an outcast is a state of mind. Grandma Hester Frump says, "No, dear, that's applied to losers say to make them feel like winners." Damn, that's really harsh. Patricia's not really happy about this. Is about to confront her mother, but stopped by Gomez. And that's when Principal Barry Dort says, "Let's celebrate the fact that Nevermore's future is secure." Group selfie. And everybody just takes off. And Wednesday looks behind her and just walks off. At the gym / fencing room, we see Bianca fencing a dummy bust. Wednesday shows up behind her. Bianca's like confused and stuff. Says, Wednesday, I thought you were taking a break from the team. And Wednesday takes her battle position. Wednesday says sabbatical's over. And they both duel. Right there. Bianca goes around her. She says, on guard. They both go into the battle position with their swords. And they begin fighting with their swords. And once it says, I've barely seen you all summer. Bianca says we have different extracurriculars. You do comas, I do capella. Wednesday says, and galas, which confuses Bianca. Wednesday says, you take into those like a siren to water. They like circle and battle again. So, I don't know if I can show this, but I'll try. So, yeah, they're fighting here. As you can see, I think what happens is like I think what happens right here is I think Wednesday strikes first and Bianca blocks her attack, putting her shoulders up behind her. And Bianca pulls both of the swords forwards and pins them down. Wednesday pulls her sword away. Is about to strike Bianca. And Bianca tumbles forward right here, which makes Wednesday miss her target. Bianca says, your mother deserves all the credit. Her attention to detail is, incredible. And they're like walking around each other. Bianca says, I enjoyed working with her. Wednesday says, speaking of mothers, how's yours? Again, Bianca's looking confused and a bit concerned. And says she hasn't seen her since the summer. Wednesday says he missed her when she was hiding in that classroom off the quad. And Wednesday's like pointing her sword at her. Bianca is not pleased with this as she raises her sword and tries to strike Wednesday, but Wednesday moves away. Bianca twirls around, thrusts her sword. Wednesday twirls and leans back with her sword and strikes Bianca's sword. Bianca says, I don't know what Ajax told you, but stay out of it. And takes a wide stance and stomps her foot at the ground. Wednesday says, you're involved with my family, so that's an impossibility. And Wednesday strikes at Bianca and strikes back at her. Bianca has her sword sideways, stopping Wednesday's sword. They both are like looking at each other briefly. Wednesday says, Doris blackmailing you and my mother, isn't he? That's why you sirened my grandmother. And she pushes back Bianca right here with actually for a little bit before that. Yeah, Wednesday pushes Bianca back. Bianca steps back. Wednesday says the four horsemen apocalypse would have to gallop through her tombstones before that woman gave assent to the scroll. Bianca tries to strike back. Wednesday moves to the side and blocks her attack. Bianca kicks her arm that makes her turn and is about to strike, but Wednesday blocks her with her arm to arm. Bianca strikes at Wednesday, but she blocks her with her sword pointing down, bends down, gets up, twirls around with her sword, and pushes Bianca to that pillar right there. And she has both swords in hand with a cross like shape right there. Bianca says, I thought I freed my mom from my stepfather. But turns out Gideon is just the front man. Not good. Bianca says that Dort is behind it all. He was playing everyone from the start. He plans to steal your grandmother's fortune. That's when Wednesday puts down the sword. Both swords. Wednesday says you should have come to me. Bianca takes her gloves off. Bianca says, even Wednesday Adams can't save me from this. Wednesday takes her gloves off. That's when Bianca unzips her jacket and says, I'm sorry, but I had no choice. And I still don't. She takes hold of her necklace and takes it off. Wednesday is taking it back a bit. And Bianca uses her siren powers. Bianca says, you won't remember this conversation or anything you know about my mother. Nothing about the gala is suspicious to you. Let it go. Bianca walks off. Wednesday gathers her senses. That's when we hear Agnes saying you call it perfectly. Wednesday's looking around. Wednesday says what she say. Agnes says exactly what he predicted. Bianca confessed she's being blackmailed by Dort and some guy named Gideon. Wednesday then says, then she siren-singed me into forgetting. Agnes says, we really do make a great team, don't we? So Wednesday's looking for Agnes. Wednesday says, "Sew yourself, Agnes." Agnes disappeared, but she looks like Wednesday, which kind of scares Wednesday a little bit, and she's a little taken aback. Agnes says, now that your premonition had changed and Enid isn't dying, I know how to step up my game to become your best friend. Wednesday says, by raiding my closet. And Wednesday drops the swords on the ground, which Agnes is a little taken aback a bit with this. Agnes says, I did this for you. I want to show you how much you mean to me. Wednesday says you failed, and she walks away. And poor Agnes is like, starts to whimper and cry. Damn. That's just not really nice. In the town of Jericho, we see a sign that says Jericho Farmers Market. In the vet place, we see Tyler waking up and looking to his, and he has like an IV tube in his arm. Oh, I hate needles and blood. Oh, no, thank you. Looking to his uncle and mother, and he knows Tyler calls to his mom. Francois says, "Sweetie." Tyler says, "You're alive." They like both hug. Francois says, "Thanks to you." Isaac says, "You've been out for hours. We've got to get moving." Tyler says, "What's the plan?" Isaac says, "We save your mother and we make the Addams family pay for their sins." So, seems like the Addams family is in a heap of trouble. Back in our academy, see Principal Barry Dort saying, "I got a surprise for you." And he welcomes Bianca into the principal room. And we see that Bianca has her siren necklace in front of her school outfit on. Looks nice. And then we see Arnold Hunt, aka Gideon Sterling, near the fireplace with drink in hand. And so does Dort. He also has a drink in hand. Principal Barry Dort says, "The first family of Morning Song back together again." Gideon Sterling turns around and greets them. Principal Barry Dort says, "By the time Hester Frump wakes up tomorrow, Fortune will be gone, and we'll be on private plane. So they're just going to steal the money." Hey, Lady Miss, how are you? Good to see you. And Lady Miss says hello to Maura Kitty as well. Principal Barry Dort raises his glass and says, "Viva Venezuela." That's when Arnold Hunt, aka Gideon Sterling, says, "I'm not spending a minute with this brat after he showed me out to the feds." Principal Barry Dort says, hey, no finger pointing. Mistakes were made all around." Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling says, "It's my name and picture all over the news." Principal Barry Dort says, "I told you to stay put, but you decided to run. I think I know why they wrote you off that soap opera. You go off script, and let's face it, your improvisational skills are not the greatest." Now the tables have turned. Well, not exactly, but Principal Barry Dort is now really showing, I guess, is Mr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of personality to his friend here, Arnold Hunt, aka Gideon Sterling, saying how great he was, and now years later, I think, to not how he really is. Some friend. Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling says, I didn't see you complaining when I was selling my soul, peddling your new age morning song BS for the last 15 years, making you rich. And Bianca's just watching this, all nervous and stuff. And Arnold / Gideon says, if you give me up to the feds, I'm taking you down with me. Principal Barry Dort says, buddy, haven't I always taken care of you? And says, relax. That's right there. Gideon Sterling. Actually, Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling looks at Bianca. Principal Barry Dort says, go in the waiting department with Gabrielle. Think about the fresh start I'm about to give you. Remember our morning song credo. Every day, every dawn brings a new day. Arnold turns to Barry. Principal Barry Dort says, I just want my money, Barry, and then I'm out forever. I'm done with all you freaks. Principal Barry Dort takes his glasses off. And says, it wasn't for me, Arnold. You'll still be mixing lousy Mai Tais at Tiki Tales. Arnold / Gideon Sterling says, I give you my soul. Give me my money. So Arnold / Gideon has enough at this point. He just wants the money. Principal Barry Dort looks at Bianca, who's just observing all this. Principal Barry Dort goes to his desk, gets a black and white masquerade mask. But shows the mask, goes towards Gideon. Hunt / Gideon Sterling. Principal Barry Dort says, I'm sorry, move a little back a little bit. Goes to his desk and says, do you know why Vietnams had masquerade balls? And that's when he picks up the black and white mask from his desk. He says so they could reveal in their anonymity, free from judgment. And he's putting his glasses down on the desk when he's picking up the masquerade mask, and it goes towards Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling, and stuff. Principal Barry Dort says they would wear masks, and in doing so reveal their true selves. Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling says, what's your point, Barry? Principal Barry Dort says, one thing I learned in my short tenure as Nevermore's principal is outcast. Pride. I can do anything. So tonight, I'm taking off my mask and smiles. And Bianca's confused. Then Principal Dort's hand starts to flame up, and Gideon's outfit gets on fire. Oh, actually, before he does that, he takes the masquerade mask off and gives it to Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling, and says, "In fact, I'm going to burn it anew." Which Bianca is confused and is observing this. And starts to burn Gideon's clothing / shoulders. And poor Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling is screaming in pain. Bianca is shocked and horrified. And there's the close-up of Principal Barry Dort. Ugh. And we see poor Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling just being nothing but bone and ash, and Principal Barry Dort throws his remains into the fireplace. And Principal Barry Dort takes out... Yeah, Bianca's horrified. Principal Barry takes out, says, "Oh," and holds up and shows the Corinthian pearl pocket watch that he picked up from a dinky antique shop in the Florida Keys with tiny gray pearls on it. That is impervious to siren song, and it keeps it with him all times. Bianca's just really horrified at this point. And Principal Barry just holding the pocket watch, saying, "It is time for you to shine," while smiling. And Bianca is just very confused and very standoffish and just scared at this point. Back in Nevermore Academy, you see a really gorgeous light up of Nevermore Academy in purple, and we hear jaunty, elegant, classic musical playing. And it's beautiful, decorated for the masquerade gala and stuff. And everyone is in their gala masquerade outfits. And we see the gondolas on their own makeshift pools and stuff like that, and chandeliers in the ceiling, very in the Phantom of the Opera kind of look to it. Here comes Morticia in her nice black dress with a black flower crown on her head. There's Gomez dressed in has his hair done, is wearing a black outfit with silver detail on it. And Punksy is dressed up as a jester, and right there in black and silver and white. Morticia says, "Worth the wait, my darling." Gomez, she's smiling. Morticia's smiling here. Gomez says, "Bellissimo, cara mia, you have done out yourself." Which I think means bellissimo, cara mia. Says, "Very beautiful, my dear," in Italian. And it's just like see red curtains and stuff like that. They go downstairs. There's chandeliers. There's tables with um calibre. I think no. Um. I'm forgetting the name of it. Hold on a minute. Let me yeah, candelabra. Candelabra on the tables as well. I was having a brain fart there. Sorry. But the room is like beautifully decorated.
You do realize we've been going 2 hours.
Yep, I know.
I'm going to get a spray bottle and spray you. Bad kidding.
I'm almost at the end part of here.
I'm 7. I'm sure there's an 8.
Mm-hmm.
These are not the AI notes you were talking about. You've been freestyling this shit.
What AI notes? I didn't do that.
You said you had your AI notes. We were going to go over them before the live stream.
Yeah, only 2. Lady Mist. But anyway, let's don't get shut off here. Yes. What's it called? Am I saying it right? Moira, it's Candia Blah.
Can you show it to me? Like,
I'll just type it in.
Is it mentioned and show it in a caption?
No. I'll just type it in.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me go look real quick. Oh, that's a candelabra.
Candelabra. Okay. Yeah. Like it's very like Phantom the Opera kind of vibes, isn't it?
Oh, I think that's actually the theme of the party, or at least they implied that. I mean, I don't remember exactly.
This is Masquerade Gala Ball.
Well, yeah, which Phantom of the Opera theme would be perfect because he had masks.
Mm-hmm. If only they had played the Phantom of the Opera music in this scene, but they didn't. They totally missed.
They did. I thought they did.
No, they didn't. They totally missed an opportunity to do that.
Hold on, I thought they did. I thought
in the trailer they did, but not
in the trailer
in the episode.
Okay, because I was sitting there thinking I could have sworn I connected that. Because I remember you saying and me going, "Holy shit, you're right." So okay, that kind of threw me.
Yeah,
maybe they got in trouble for that. I don't know.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
And stuff. So let's see. Like I like. There's Miss Capri on the. Well, there's the makeshift pool right there, and there's the stage with the large chandelier. And there's Miss Capri. And stuff.
Lady Mist is encouraging you, I see.
She loves it.
I'm gonna spray her too.
Take as long as you want.
Sassy pants.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do put a lot of time into this and make sure it's like satisfactory, not only for you guys, but for myself as well. LOL. Thank you. I like the outfit. It's like brown and cream. It's just like a choker. It looks like bronze gold to me with the that hat seems a little bit green to me, but I could be wrong. And there's like people in the background playing violins. There they are. They're like wearing white and blue dresses. And here comes Morticia and Gomez and Pugsley. And the abduction from the Sarajevo by Mozart is playing. I'm not really familiar with that song. And there's some of the students in their masquerade outfits. And what's the freaking name of it? Keep forgetting. Gondola. Yeah. Like gondola comes in on the makeshift pool into the room and you see the curtains right there. And there's Principal Barry Dorton in a very pioneer outfit. Is that a pioneer outfit, Moira? Of course, she's there when I least expect it. But when I ask something, she's not there. Am I right, Lady Miss? This is a pioneer outfit, right? I'm just asking for clarification. LOL. Yep. I love Moira. She can be a little spicy sometimes. Whoopsie. I'm assuming it's a pioneer outfit, so just gotta go with that. And he's like smiling and just eating this up, I guess. And there's the oarsman with the stick. Say again? You can hear me, right? I shouldn't be muffled on stream. I better freaking not be. Let me test out. Okay, I sound okay on stream. Just making sure. No, you are fine. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's the oarsman, and there's Hester Frump in the back seat of the gondola. There's Principal Barry Dort, but he looks like a pioneer in that outfit. Or am I mistaken?
No, that does not look like pioneer clothing. That would be more cowboyish if they were wearing pioneers' clothes.
Hold on, let me show you a different angle.
All right,
right there.
Pirate. He looks more like a pirate.
Looks like a really dressed up pirate. No.
Well, I mean, they
right
fancy
there.
Fancy stuff.
I don't think a pirate would dress up like that fancy, though.
Well, it's definitely not pioneer clothing.
So it's not pioneer clothing.
It looks like. A little I can tell with the jacket collar and the shirt collar. It looks like early 1800s, like 1820 kind of stuff, like Bridgerton, like that time period. Little I could tell from the collar and the shirt in the picture. And besides, pirates kind of dressed however they want. A lot of times they'd steal shit. Sometimes they steal fancy jackets, clothes, gold, whatever they could find, and wore whatever they wanted. But yeah, like, I guess we could. I hate when it pauses and it darkens the image and shows the thing, so it makes it hard to see.
It's a Vietnam masquerade.
The
Venetian.
Venetian.
Thank you.
Took me a second. I was like, a Venetian? I was like, oh, Venetian. Took me a minute on that
He's
one.
wearing a wool blended blazer with a white dress shirt and a tie.
I didn't really see the tie, but yeah, it looks like early 1800s clothing. And we didn't really have what we call pioneers per se until like 1850s, 1860s, 70s, 1880s.
I don't know. Looks like a pioneer outfit to me. Yeah, he was going to dance. He would. LOL.
Hi, Dankers.
Anyway, let's move along. There's Grandma Hester Frump, and there's the oarsman for the gondola with the stick. And they're going by across the makeshift pool, and that's surrounded by people and tables. And there's Grandma Hester Frump. And there's Patricia Gomez and Pugsley looking at the gondola. Now she doesn't look pleased. So Principal Barry Dort helps Hester Frump up the gondola and approaches her family. I don't know if I can get a good shot right here. I'm going to try. There he is. Look at that very poofy black dress. Man. You can just bump into everybody with that outfit. Well, with the dress, I mean. Oh, before she gets off the gondola, Principal Barry Dort says Una Sierra Emma's family. Says your mother has already made herself the belle of the ball. That's when Hester Frump gets out of her seat, saying she's firing the board and restating corporal punishment, which Patricia's annoyed with this. Principal Barry turns to her and says, yes, lots to discuss, and helps her out of the Grandma Hester Frump out of the boat and stuff. And again, I love her outfit. Really big black poofy dress. You can just bump into everybody with that. Patricia says we're barely speaking. Sorry. Pastor Frump asks, "Where's Wednesday?" Patricia says we're barely on speaking terms at the moment. Esther Frump says, "Well, now you know what it feels like, Patricia, to be despised by a child to whom you given everything. I guess we have that in common." Pugsley says, "There's Wednesday," and she's wearing a really nice black dress with laced sleeves and a laced mask on. She goes towards her family. Hester Frump says, "Look at us, one big unhappy family." And Wednesday sees someone on the top of the stairs dressed in white. Then Grandma Hester Frump comes in, whispers to Wednesday, "I made sure you have the seat next to mine, as I need your input on the list of teachers to terminate." Damn. She walks off. Then we see Principal Weems, the masquerade outfit. Very beautiful white dress with a white mask. Love it. Love it. Really big poofy dress. Anywho, Bianca sees once he sees Bianca talking to somebody, I can't get it right here, but she goes to Bianca. I try to get Bianca's outfit here. Yeah. Just give me a moment. There you go. And I like her outfit. She's wearing a blue aqua dress with a silver mask on. And she's right there. She's wearing her siren necklace as a choker right there. And she's like, "Wednesday, surprised to see you here." Wednesday says, "Where's Dirt? Hiding your mother?" And Bianca looks confused. Bianca says, "How did you?" Wednesday says, "If you want Dirt to stop, you need to trust me." Wednesday says, "We see Principal Dort right there." Bianca is concerned, looking at Principal Barry Dort. Wednesday says, "Where is she?" Oh yeah. Yeah, right there. Wednesday says, Bianca's concerned. Wednesday says, "Where is she?" Bianca looks at Principal Barry Dort. Oh, no, I'm getting lost. Yeah, he's right there talking to people. Bianca turns to Wednesday and says, "In this apartment." And Wednesday takes off, and Bianca is like keeping an eye on Principal Barry Dort. Outside in the school quad with purple lights on, orchestra music stops and littling waltz playing. There's Enid in a white dress with blue flowers on it, and she's like has a silver mask, and she's like sighing and waiting for someone. And then comes Bruno here, dressed in bronze and stuff. And he says, "Certainly a million miles away from our first date. Kiss at our hand." Enid says, "You mean no knives and chains?" Enid says, "Not this. That is a date, though." Bruno says, "Of course not." Enid smiles. And we hear some girl say, "Bruno." And we see Bruno turns around and says, "Sophie, I don't believe it. How how did you get here? Enid says, I'm guessing the red eye from Monila, or Manalia, the second he told her it was over. So Bruno's ex-girlfriend comes to get him back. And she's wearing a nice outfit. Looks really nice. Dressed in a golden mask with brown and a purple dress with purple ribbons on it. And stuff. Sophia says, you must be Enid. I don't want this to be awkward. Enid says, don't worry. I'm not gonna be the villain in the story. And Enid's like not happy. Enid says, I think I just want us to work out because I was holding on to the past. Bruno looks at Enid, but Enid says, I have a new path now. One I have to face alone. Bruno says, Enid, but and then he cuts off because Enid just walks off. In dismay. But does say to Sophia, color dress, by the way. And I think in the Professor Orlov's classroom, sitting in the chair, love her outfit, by the way. You hear someone crying, which Enid hears, and Enid says, Agnes. You hear Agnes say, I can't even get peace and solitude in a crime scene. Enid says, what happened to you? And we see Agnes appear. There's the view of the room. We see Agnes appear. Agnes says, Wednesday dropped an Adam's bomb on me. Congrats. You win. And Enid just looks uncomfortable. Agnes says, I thought I was everything she wanted in a best friend. Sarcastic, sardonic, the same dark neo-goth aesthetic. Agnes says, a task-oriented clue hound willing to risk life and limb in a reckless pursuit of solving the case. And she's crying. Agnes says, but it turns out I was dead wrong. Enid says, Wednesday Addams is more than enough for this world. If you're tired of being invisible, stop hiding in other people's personalities. Be your own psycho, Agnes. Trust me, you'll be good at it. You see a little bit of red hair peeking out of the black hair, and she takes it off and see Agnes red hair. Oh no! Hold on a second. There you go. Agnes says, what about your dance routine? Enid says, well, the pack group chat is blowing up for the Bruno news, and I really don't like being a lone wolf up there, so, while twirling her hair. Agnes says, I'll dance with you. Enid says, you don't know my choreography, twirling her hair. Agnes looks away. And Enid says, unless you've been stalking my rehearsals. which Agnes smiles and Enid chuckles, and they're like both smiling together. Back at the gala, we see Thing, Bianca, Gomez, Principal Barry Dort, Grandma Hester Frump, and Patricia having dinner, and we see Venetian butlers in the back, two Venetian butlers in the background. Things on a plate with a ribbon and a nice white cuff on. Hester Frump says, Patricia, it's probably best you didn't follow me into the family business. I've been to funerals with more life than this gala. And that's when Principal Barry Dort says, we're about to heat things up with a student dance routine. Principal Barry Dort says, we'll call you to the stage for some brief remarks. Principal Barry Dort says, finally, I whisk you to my office to complete the pesky paperwork. Outside of the quad, where the Weird statue is at, the lights are almost ominous red, kind of. See Pugsley taking his jester outfit off. See Eugene holding a jar. He's wearing a nice outfit on right there. Looks like a little bit of red and jacket, white shirt with light tan pants. Pugsley says, have your mobs reported back yet on Slurp? Eugene says no, why aren't you inside with your family? Pugsley says, doubt they even notice I'm gone. And Pugsley takes off while Eugene's like looking for the sky for the moths and stuff. Hello, King Ducky. How are you? And Pugsley takes off. Someone in the balcony is watching this. And you see if I can get it. And we see a moth flying by. And that is Isaac in his masquerade outfit, with a bronze and black mask and a red / black outfit with his hair slicked back, and stuff. Actually, two moths flying in the background, and he's just like watching Pugsley and Eugene. See if I can get this here. Oh, come on. Okay. Here comes Ajax, who's dressed in gray. That appears to be a pioneer outfit, even though it could be not. And he goes into the principal's office and goes to the desk, opens the drawer, sees some, we see two golf ball. We do see two golf balls. I can't really show it. Golf balls, and we see some folders, and then he finds a key underneath the folders, and he closes the drawer and takes the key. He unlocks the door, and it says, "Don't worry, don't or it can't hurt you anymore." Um, Gabrielle uh, is confused. Ajax says, "Come on, show's about to start." What show? What show? Gabrielle takes her coat off the chair and they both leave. Enid is pacing back and forth, trying to calm herself. We see Wednesday, who no longer has her her mask on her face. Enid says, "Did you find Bianca's mom?" Wednesday says, "Ajax is with her. If you're going to stop Dort, we're going to need more help." Wednesday looks off to the side and says, "That includes you, Agnes." We see Agnes in a lovely green dress with black mask with her red hair all somewhat styled up and down. Oh yeah, so a little bit back. Wednesday says, "I know you're still here," and that's when Agnes appears. In a lovely green dress with a black mask on, with her lovely red hair showing down. She seems a little bit disconnected.
Yes, King of Duckies, the outfits are very nice.
Oh yes, they are absolutely good. You, I'm good. How are you? Can we just notice how awesome their dresses are? It's perfecto. Agreed. I like it very much. Wednesday says, "Finally, some originality." Agnes says, "I don't care what you think about me anymore." Wednesday says, "Good." And Agnes smiles and says, "What's the plan?" So I love this part right here. And we hear the some Lady Gaga music playing. It's called the Dead Dance, I think, and stuff. There's Enid about to perform her dance, and Lady Gaga's like singing, saying, "I hear you call," I think. Um, like a thief in my head, you criminal. This is goodbye is no surprise. And here's the dance, and there's Agnes behind Enid, who joins the dance. Here, Lady Gaga saying, "This goodbye won't make me cry. I'll keep on dancing until I'm dead." And they're like dancing. I'm not and stuff. Everyone was like digging with the music and stuff like that. And we hear Lady Gaga like saying, "I'll keep on dancing until until I'm dead." Bianca is like bopping to the music and looking around, and she sees someone. We see Wednesday right there. Lady Gaga is singing, "When you killed me inside, that's the when I came alive." Oh, I want to mention, if I don't know, I can get it here. But right there, the Adams family and grandmama and Perry Dora are digging the music, but I don't think I get it on screen here. I don't think. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so they're like digging the music and stuff like that. We see Thing bopping to the music as well. And I just hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, I lost my place. Damn it. But yeah, there's Thing on the plate. Yeah, on the plate and stuff like that. Yeah. So, and then Lady Gaga's like singing, "I'm dancing until I'm dead." There is Enid and Agnes dancing. Lady Gaga sings, "He created the creature of the night. Now I'm haunting your air, your soul, your eyes." And there's Wednesday. I can't show it, but famous family and Principal Barry Dort are watching. You also see Wednesday behind a curtain looking at Principal Barry Dort. Lady Gaga sings "This Goodbye is no surprise." Agnes picks up Enid up, but she disappears, makes her look like Enid is floating in the air. And Principal Barry Dort and the Adams family are impressed by this. Lady Gaga sings "This Goodbye Won't Make Me Cry." People are cheering. Lady Gaga sings "I'll keep on dancing until I'm dead." Dancing until I'm dead. And here's the interesting part here. See Principal Barry Dort. And we see Wednesday. So Principal Barry Dort is like bopping to the music, and we see his jacket open up as Agnes getting the pocket watch off his jacket. And Wednesday sees this and delivers it to Wednesday. And the principal has no clue. The Principal Barry has no clue this is happening. Lady Gaga sings "Cause When You Kill Me Inside." We see Thing tapping to the music. I can't. Yeah, there he is. And then we see Enid dancing. Lady Gaga singing. The music gonna bring me back from the dead. People are cheering and clapping. Lady Gaga sings "I'm dancing until I'm dead." Enid gets off stage and dances. Here comes Agnes through the crowd, and she's here comes Enid. Lady Gaga sings "Cause When You Kill Me Inside," and there's Agnes slipping through the crowd, dancing with Enid again. Lady Gaga sings "That's When I Came Alive." Everyone was like gathering around, watching them dance. Enid and Agnes are smiling, and then Agnes picks up Enid, and she disappears again. Make sure and twirls Enid around like she did earlier, making sure she just make it look like she's floating. And stuff. And they dance like a zombie for a bit. Lady Gaga sings "I'm dancing until my dead. I'm dancing until I'm dead." Yeah, and they strike pose and stuff. Back to Principal Barry Dort. So we see Bianca I can't find Principal Barry Dort. Principal Barry Dort says, "Wow, how about that?" Everyone's impressed, except for Grandma Hester Frump. We see Bianca bracing herself. She looks nervous. Someone brings a microphone out. We see, I can't show it on here, but they do bring a microphone out. We see Enid and Agnes eating the cheers up from the crowd. Then the light shines on the mic, and Bianca approaches. Bianca says, "My name is Bianca Barclay, and I'm the student gala coordinator." People are cheering. Bianca looks at Ajax and her mom, Gabriella, who is now safe with Wednesday. Yep, there's Ajax and Bianca's mom, Gabrielle. There's Wednesday with the watch, pocket watch. And then Bianca says, "Tonight was only possible thanks to the tireless efforts of two very special outcasts." Let's see if I can get it. Bianca says, "Gala Chairman Patricia Adams." And Bianca says, our very own Principal Dort. People are clapping or cheering. Bianca says, "Please join me on the stage." And they go on the stage. Principal Barry Dort almost trips, but he covers his footing, and they go a bit next to Bianca. Bianca says, "I introduce our guest of honor, Principal Dort." And here's the show. Who removes her siren necklace and choker while she's taking a breath, bracing herself. Principal Barry Dort goes for his pocket watch, but it's not there. And Patricia's like wondering's going on. Bianca turns to the principal. He looks up and Bianca uses siren powers on Principal Barry Dort, saying, "Tell everyone exactly how this gala came together," and stuff. While smiling and blowing her siren mist into his face. Principal Barry Dort. And Principal Barry Dort, under the spell, approaches is under spell. There she goes, using her siren powers. Bianca's using her siren powers. And he goes up to the mic. Oh, no. This ain't good. Even Thing has an outfit on. Yep. So he goes up to the mic. Principal Barry Dort says, "It all started when I ordered Bianca Barclay to siren Patricia Adams, which Patricia is in shock by." And Bianca's just sitting here getting her just desserts of the injustice she was getting from Principal Barry Dort. And we can see Principal Barry Dort is very uncomfortable, but can't ignore the siren spell that was put on him. Barry Dort says, "And that when that didn't work, I held Bianca's mother's hostage," and stuff. Yep, hostage. To force her to siren Hester Frump. And there's Hester Frump, just and stuff. to donate her fortune. We hear someone saying, "Are you out of your mind?" in the crowd. Principal Barry Dort says, "I also promised my murmuring son stooge, Gideon." And there's Wednesday with the pocket watch. That I would split the money. Let's see here. Principal Dort says, "I'm not big into sharing." Once he's watching this and eating this up. Principal Barry Dort says, "Now he's a pile of ash in my fireplace, and I'm keeping all the cash." And everybody is just clamoring and gasping, and Gabrielle is just in shock. Hester Fromm doesn't look pleased, and Patricia looks in shock and disbelief, and Principal Barry Dort is like, "Oh no, oh boy." And that's when the unexpected happened. Nick grabs Bianca, Patricia backs away, and Bianca's like in shock, and Principal Barry Dort has his index finger and fire pointing it to Bianca. And he slowly backs away with Bianca, and he's like pointing his fiery index finger away from Bianca, displaying it as firepower in the crowd, so to speak, right there. So Bianca's in trouble here. Ajax takes off. Here, Principal Barry Dort says, "I'm getting out of here, or the siren's toast." A flirt and packs up with Bianca. And stuff. Says back off, stand back. Shows another display as his fiery finger. That says, "I mean it." And that's when, right there. We'll see if I can get it. Right there. Yeah, here we go. So, so Sheriff Santiago and her deputies, Deputy Riken right there, come in with the guns strong. And I don't know if I can get Sheriff Santiago. There's Sheriff Santiago and her deputy. Let's see if I can get it. Deputy Riken with her gun strong. Barry Dart fires a flame above the chandelier's rope and stuff, and it's like being untethered right there. And Principal Barry Dort is threatening Bianca. Once he sees the chandelier coming untethered, and it's kind of hard to Nope. No. Hold on a second. It's kind of hard to pinpoint it. Okay, there we go. So the chandelier is ripping its main tether. Sheriff Santiago sees this. Gomez and Hester Frump see this. Wednesday is watching this. We hear Ajax behind. Dort say his name. He looks behind him. Bianca. Oh yeah, there's the rope. There's the rope being untethered. Yeah, he looks behind him. We see Bianca runs away. Ajax takes off his hat and leaves a snake-like hair, which turns Principal Barry Dort to stone. And the chandelier loses his last tether. And falls down and brings stone Principal Dort to pieces. And Gomez is like, ooh, and Hester Frump is like just surprised. And she's just clapping. She's eating this up. She said, bravo. Now that's what I call a thrilling climax. Wednesday cracks a smile a little bit right there. I forgot. Enid and Agnes go to where Wednesday and Gabrielle are at to see the climax a little bit earlier. So the police are around the scene taking pictures. Thing kicks one of the stone pieces of Principal Dort. Bianca, Wednesday approaches Bianca and says, I don't know how you hacked my siren song, but thank you. Wednesday says, I'm not the one you should be thanking. Bianca turns to see Ajax talking to Sheriff Santiago. And she smiles to Wednesday and she heads to Ajax. She says to Ajax, I owe you one. And Ajax smiles. Bianca says, you really rocked his world. Literally. They smile. Within his family, Morticia and Gomez try to confront Wednesday, but they're stopped by Grandma Hester Frump. She says, I'm looking forward to having your company this summer. We'll give you an excuse to decamp the bats from the guest wing. Wednesday says, after the vile comment you made about my father, I'm canceling my plans. Wednesday is talking about when her parents, Pugsley and Grandmama, were in the principal office, showing when Principal Barry Dort was showing off the small display at Nevermore Academy, and stuff with the Iago Tower and purple lights with the first letter of Esther's Frump initials was F. Esther Frump said Gomez was an adequate husband to the family. Wednesday says, I lost my ability. Does that mean you less of an outcast in your eyes? Leslie's talking about Hester Frump putting her fortune into school was going to reform it by barring outcasts without an ability for enrollment. Washisha says outcast is in a state of mind, which Grandma Hester from thinks that's a platitude losers say to make them feel like winners. Grandma Hester Frump says, "Don't be ridiculous. You're going through a phase." Wednesday says, "My father has many infuriating habits, but when it comes to being an outcast, there's none finer." Wednesday says, "You'd like me to reconsider. We must make a very sizable donation to Nevermore in his honor." Her parents right there, happy. Grandma Hester from says, "Are you resorting to emotional blackmail?" Wednesday says, "There's nothing emotional about it. It's just blackmail." Grandma Hester from laughs and says, "Done." Grandma Hester Frump says, "Only you," to her daughter, Shisha, says, "Only you could throw a gala that begins with a fiery murder and ends with a shuddering death. Well played, my dear." Shisha says, "You're not upset." Grandma Hester Frump says, "Almost being conned out of my terror fortune was the biggest rush I've had in years. I actually feel alive." Wednesday looks at her parents and we see Mrs. Principal Weems looking concerned. We see Eugene come in with a moth in a jar. Weems disappears. Eugene says, Wednesday, "Isaac, he's here." Wednesday says, "What?" Eugene says, "At the Nevermore grave." Shisha gets worried and says, "Where's Pugsley?" And Eugene looks like Wednesday. Meanwhile, Pugsley in his normal clothes sits on a stairs at a grave site, and we see 3 moths flying towards him. He extends his finger for one of the moths to land on it while smiling. And then we see Isaac Knight in his masquerade outfit approaching him, saying, "Hello, old friend." Pugsley says, "Slurp, is that you?" He unmasks himself. Kneels to Pugsley and says, "I hate to ask. I need your help." That's when, before Pugsley could even answer, Isaac puts a cloth on Pugsley's mouth to make him pass out. Wednesday is in the woods looking for her brother with a flashlight, with Eugene, who has a flashlight, and they're looking for Pugsley. Wednesday is calling her brother's name, and they go to the place where Pugsley and Isaac Knight were just at. And then we see a moth laying on a dead leaf that Eugene shines the flashlight on, and Wednesday is in shock. And that's it for episode 7. Will Me the Money. Want to take a little bit of a few minutes break. I need to like use the facilities and stuff. So I'll be back in no quickly as I can. All right, and we're back. Very intense episode. Very interesting. Oh, it's about to get more interesting and more intense. Indeed. If you are here, I don't hear you now. She said she will be right back. Yes, I was just going to the restroom intermission. Yes. Okay. I thought it froze up on me. LOL. Nope. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Smiley face. So ducks. Ducks are cool. Be right back. Right on. Welcome back. Thank you. Alrighty. We're going to begin listening to season 2, episode 8. This means whoa. We'll see Nevermore Academy with grandiose dramatic music playing. And there's thunder and lightning going on. We hear Wednesday say in her thoughts, says, William Faulkner saw this. The past is never dead. It's not even the past. Yeah, right here. Sorry, she says it right here. Says in fact, it's all still happening with thunder rumbling. We see police in the woods combing through the woods with their flashlights, and we see the beagle dogs sniffing around. Messiah thought says, if Isaac's goal is to save his sister, why kidnap Pugsley? And they're just like coming. The police are just coming to the graveyard. Police is calling out Pugsley's name. We see a creepy headstone with skulls on it. The police are just like looking at the graveyard. Wednesday says and thought, what does a brain-eating genius need with my half-wet brother? The police are just like combing the graveyard. We see Sheriff Santiago is set up shop with posters in the background. One with the school building and the map of Camp Jericho. Sheriff says, "Can you think of anyone?" Sorry. Says, "Any ideas why someone would kidnap him?" Grandma says, "A total mystery." Sheriff Santiago says, "What? Can you think of anyone who has a grudge against your family? Could this be some kind of revenge?" Several, I think, because there are Adam's family. Marcia, who's slightly upset, says, "Are you blaming us for our son's kidnapping?" Sheriff Santiago shakes her head. See the map at Camp Jericho behind her. Sheriff Santiago says the search parties will run through the night. Marcia seems upset. Sheriff says parents who were at the gala have already left with their kids. All other students will be packed up and on their way home by tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday, you see Patricia's upset. And stuff. Wednesday's nearby, listening. Sheriff Santiago says, I'm sorry, we're doing everything we can. At Wetwood Cottage, we see there's some kind of, I think they're in the kitchen, I think. Yeah. Patricia says, I sent your father and Lewis out to join the search parties. We see Principal Weems. Once he says they won't find Pugsley, Isaac is too smart. Weems says you need to work together and to pull your psychic abilities to locate him. Wednesday says, my mother's a dove who's blind to maleficence. Maleficence. And my psychic ability is currently on unauthorized leave of absence. Weems says that's why you must turn to the other raven in your family. Patricia looks surprised and says, my mother. Weems says these are desperate times. And Patricia isn't sure. She goes downstairs. You see Hester Trump's butler, Varicose, pouring a drink for her. Patricia comes in and says, Mama, I appreciate you coming back on such short notice. Reverend Hester Trump says, why would anyone why would anyone other kidnapping Pugsley? Not to cast aspirations, but I know higher value corpses than that boy.
See, they're taking this emergency to give that poor kid shit roasting.
Well, they also roast Gomez too, the dad.
Yeah.
I'm back. Welcome back, King of Duckies.
Yeah.
Lucy says is his kidnapper. Is it looking for ransom money? I don't know. I can get her on camera here. Fidgety. Yeah, right there. He's being used as a pawn to keep us away or play to draw us in. And then we see a crystal ball. So pretty. I wish it had real magic, though. Well, as far as we know. Candles are being lit by Patricia. We're like in a room. So they're like Grandma Hester from Slice, like there's so many delightful memories of this room. I can still hear the terrified shrieks of my classmates. And they're in the seance room in the cottage. Hester Frump says during Ratwood's advanced procession class, scaredy cats. And Patricia brings out, I think, a scarf or some kind. And Patricia is like, getting ready to do a chant. And she wants her mom and daughter to hold her hands. And that's when she says, Oh, before she said that, she says, we now must clear our minds of all past grievances. Grandma Hester Frump says, my past grievances are like one, are like wine. They get better with age. Wednesday says, likewise. I'm going to go forward here. Right there. Patricia says doves and ravens together. Patricia starts the chant. She says, doves and ravens together unite. With the wings of darkness and piercing eyes guide us to truth through night and morn. And the crystal ball starts to light up. I don't know. I can show it up here. Says to this let our powers be sworn. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit confused here. Okay, let me just back up a little here. Okay, so she does get ready for do the chant, and she's waiting for her mother and Wesley to grab her hand, and they're just awkwardly looking at each other. And that's when Patricia says, this does require actual physical connection, and that's when they put their hands on Patricia's hands. Sorry about that. I got a little confused. Now Patricia says the chant. Patricia says, we now must clear our minds of all past grievances. That's when Grandma Hester Frump says, my past grievances are like wine, the earth get it better with age. Rusty says, likewise. Patricia says, doves and ravens together unite. With the wings of darkness and piercing eyes guide is to truth through the night and morn. Let our powers be sworn. That's when Grandma Hester from interrupts, says, I didn't drive all this way to hold hands in the dark. And then asks, how long do we have to keep this up? Patricia gets frustrated and says, Mama, for once, be quiet. We're trying to find Pugsley. And stuff. That's when the light and the candles, the light from the candles go out. And Patricia says she feels something. Grandma Hester Front, she feels it too. Patricia says, do you feel it, Wednesday? That's when once the psychic ability kicks in, and we hear scraping in the distance. And we see, oops. I can't show it on here because it's hard to pinpoint. But we see the skull tree, and we see a girl and a guy dumping a body in a grave underneath the skull tree. And oh yeah, I'm sorry. So when that happens, see, we see a young girl and a young guy with a dead body underneath the skull tree. We hear the girl say, hurry, Gomez. So that's a young Gomez right there. Young Gomez says no one will ever know we're here, and the young Gomez pursed the body into a dirt grave. So I'm assuming that's a young Matricia. That's when Missy wakes up, snaps out of her psychic ability, turns to her mom and says, I saw you and Father burying Isaac under the skull tree back when you were students. So that was Isaac's body right there a little bit earlier. Gotcha. Morticia's a little taken back. Grandma looks at Patricia. When she says, if there was a time to unburden yourself with the truth, now is it. Morticia is hesitating. Wednesday gets up and says, you wasted enough of my time. Morticia says, the night of Isaac accident, that's when Wednesday stops in her tracks. Your father and I were at his laboratory in Iago Tower. And we see a memory vision of that. In the Iago Tower with the clock still brand new and stuff like that. Still working inside. We see a young Francois and a young Isaac. Patricia says Isaac was certain his machine would permanently cure Francoise. That she would never again live in fear of turning into a hide. And seeing that strange probe-like machine. Patricia says, but the machine required a great amount of energy to power it. And there's young Francoise and Isaac. And stuff. Patricia said, back in the present, Patricia says for that, Isaac turned to his best friend with tears swelling up her face. And Wednesday says, Father. Back of the memory past, we see young Gomez who's sitting in a chair. We see Isaac putting a strange helmet with wires on it on his head, and stuff like that. Getting ready for something. Grandma Hester Frump says, why would Gomez have possibly... what could Gomez have possibly contributed? In the present, back in the past, past memory, Gomez is securing the helmet. Patricia says back then Gomez was just electrifying Pugsley. And he does display electrical powers. Like Pugsley does. Patricia says Gomez is more than happy to help his friend. And there is Isaac. Back in the present, Marcia says, but Isaac tricked him. Back in the past memory, we see young Gomez smile, and we see Isaac. Marcia says he needed more than a spark. And that's when Isaac uses a Da Vinci ability and secures a young Gomez to a chair who is confused. The machine is like powering up. He's trying to free himself, but he can't. Patricia says, I'm noticed to Francois. Isaac was willing to sacrifice your father's life to save hers. And you see Isaac using his ability. I don't know if we can get let's see. Where's Francois? Yeah, there's Francois. Right there. Gamma is so his body and he's clearly struggling in pain, young Gomez. The helmet sparking. And there's Isaac just ecstatic. What he's doing to his poor friend. Back in the present, Washisha says he even dug your father's grave under the skull tree in preparation, with tears swelling up on her face. Back in the past memory, see the freaking probe. Yeah, I can't really show it, but this is hard to pinpoint. So young Gomez is struggling and screaming in pain while and stuff. Meanwhile, yeah, stuff like that. There's the machine. So yeah, Gomez is struggling and screaming in pain at this time, and the machine's like firing it, using its powers directly towards Francoise to get rid of her high ability, while Isaac is using his Da Vinci ability on a young Gomez. She's screaming in pain and stuff, and like we did see for a brief moment the main probe and stuff. Trisha says, by the time I arrived, my darling, Gomez was close to death. My sabotage sent the machine into a frenzy. And we see the machine being overpowered, and we see the Yagyo tower blown up. In the memory pass. In the present, Francois, she survives the explosion, but Isaac didn't. In the memory past, Shisha says, as for your father, the experience permanently robbed him of his outcast ability. And we see a young Shisha with Gomez in the top tower that is ruined. Back in the present, we see Hester from raise an eyebrow and says, So she was wrong, like that Gomez being inadequate. He had outcast ability all along. Shocking, to say the least. Hey, keep it down over there. I'm trying to sleep. Hey, gorilla. Nah, he's just joking, King of Duckies. You're fine. Wednesday says, why cover it up then? Patricia says, because Augustus Stonehurst threatened us. We knew he built Isaac the lab in secret. If we breathed a word, he would have turned us in for murder. We see a skull tree. We see young Gomez and a young Patricia. Young Patricia says, "Hurry, Gomez." Gomez is digging the grave a little bit. Goes to the Isaac's body. Says, "No one ever know we're here," and pushes the dead body of Isaac Knight into the dirt grave. Back there he is. Back in the present, Wesley says, "So you buried Isaac in the same grave you intended for father?" A little before the scene of the black and white scene ends, she says that and stuff. Patricia says yes. Wesley says Isaac must be trying again. This time using Pugsley as the power source. That's Adam's headstone, the one I saw in my premonition. Must have Pugsley's name on it. And Patricia is really upset here. And her mom is concerned. And that's when Patricia says, I think it's best that you and Thing go with Grandmama until Pugsley is found. And that's when Grandmaster Frump, if I can show it on here, says, "For once, your mother and I are in agreement." Patricia says, "These are our sins, Wednesday. We will face them." Patricia says, "I won't put you in danger again." Wednesday says, "Too late." And she just leaves in a huff. At Nevermore Academy, we see Enid watching from the window, seeing Sophie and Bruno getting in the car, but looks back at Enid, and then Ajax comes in, and the Ajax says, "I'm sorry, you deserve better than that." The car drives off. Enid says, "I didn't realize we were back on speaking terms." Ajax says, "It took me a minute, but I'm ready to be friends, if that's cool with you." Enid says, "I would like that very much. Why the change of heart?" Ajax says, "I realized that our breakup wasn't about me. You know, it's nobody's fault that your feelings changed. So I can either be angry about it, or I can just accept it and move on. Actually, Bianca told me about it." And they both chuckle. Ajax says, "You know, she can be very persuasive." And they exchange handshakes. And Ajax smiles and leaves. They both smile and Ajax leaves. Yeah, so there's the handshake. He smiles and he leaves. Here comes Agnes. She reappears, was kind of shocked, seeing it a little bit. Agnes looks more like herself with the pretty yellow shirt with white sweater with the pink purplish ribbon with her hair down. And she says, "Please tell me that you're done with the lying wolves and beta gorgons." Agnes shows a list. I put a list of potential boyfriends, which Enid is surprised by. Agnes says, "I already cross-referenced them based on compatible social media profiles. Once you narrow it down, I can pay each one an invisible." No, that's too creepy. And she says, see what they left out of their bios. That's invading their privacy. That's not good. Of course, she might be joking on that. Edith says, I appreciate the assist, but I think I'm going to rip a page out of the Wednesday playbook and take a break from romance. And they both smile. At the Galpin Bullpen Cottage, where the Pine Crest Woods is near the waterfall that separates Camp Jericho, we see Isaac and Pugsley. Pugsley is gagged and has a chain around his neck. Isaac says it's not very fun to be tied up and treated like a pet. So he's teaching him a lesson, I guess. I see Francois looking at the mirror, the pictures of her family on the mirror. Isaac says, is it mystery meat sandwich? He gets a sandwich and shoves it in Pugsley's face. And Pugsley's trying to say something. And Isaac says, conserve your energy by patting him on the shoulder. It goes to his sister. And Pugsley picks up the mystery meat. Again, we see the pictures around the mirror. Francois says, I wish I was at least in one of these pictures. Isaac says, I never understood your desire for a normie life. Isaac says, knowing what Stonehurst did to you in that lab. Francois says, neither of us got the end what we deserved. Isaac says that changes tonight, and they both smile and nod. Francois says, what we discussed, I need your word. And Isaac seems downhearted by something. And then Tyler comes in. Says, I made high tracks about 20 miles north and Pugsley's Jester's costume. Tyler says, I made an anonymous tip like you said. Isaac says, good, huh? And they gather around Pugsley. Isaac says, I'll keep the cops off our trail. Now is the time to position your old flame onto the board. Tyler says Wednesday will know she's being played. Isaac says, yeah, and Adams would never sacrifice one of their own. At the same time, weirdly, Francois is like smoothing her fingers on Pugsley's hair, like really mothering kind of way, I guess. Isaac says, not even upon what, and that's emotional weakness. That will be our checkmate. It's not looking good. Oh, it's all good. At Nevermore Academy, There's Wednesday, Enid and Agnes. Enid says, any Pugsley update? Wednesday says, still missing, but he's alive. Isaac is hell-bent on saving his sister. Wednesday says, I know he needs Pugsley, just need to figure out when and where. They're walking while Agnes is stopped in her tracks, and they turn to her, and Agnes says, crap, he's here. Enid says, who? Isaac? Agnes says, no, my dad. You see some guy pacing back and forth on a cell phone next to a car. Agnes says he usually sends some rando assistant to collect me. Enid says, your mom couldn't come and get you? Looks concerned. Agnes says she's busy with her new normie husband and a baby. I was a mistake that kept her and my dad together. Damn. That's hard on her. Damn, I feel sorry for her. Long past their sell-by date. This one, once he says, gunpowder, penicillin, the rack. Those were all mistakes, which makes Agnes smile. Agnes says, I just wanted to say I love us. We're like the Three Musketeers. Wednesday says, careful. We hear the guy on the phone said, Agnes, I love Enid's t-shirt, by the way. Agnes waves goodbye to them and takes off. Enid says, I wish I could help, but I have to get to the Lupin cages. Capri read me the riot act. You see the werewolf statue behind him. Enid says, lock in early and stay calm, so I have my meditation app, my fave playlist, an extra supply of colonial silver. Enid says, what could go wrong? Right? Wednesday says, I'll be there the first thing in the morning to let you out. Enid raises her hand or her pinky out, and while smiling, that says, promise. And Wednesday is just awkward with this, and she just takes off. There's Pinky. Promise? Pinky swear? And Wednesday just takes off with this. Wednesday goes, I think, into the boys' dormitory, boys' dorm. And we see Eugene with his moth containers. Wednesday says, you waken the dead again. How long until your corpse moths are airborne? Eugene, looking at the containers he has, and he says, unfortunately, they're permanently grounded. Corpse moths only have a 36-hour life cycle. Well, dang. That's not very long. Eugene says, I'm really sorry. Yep, they're dead. Not going to be any help. You see Pugsley's stuff right there. That's when Eugene says, I'm really sorry. Pugsley wanted to be my friend and I blew him off. Maybe if I'd been nicer, he wouldn't have felt the need to become BFFs with a zombie. Wednesday says, I am my brother's keeper. I simply should have caged him of his own production. little bit too far. Eugene says, I'm heading to the Hummer shed. Have to hibernate my bees early. And he turns around to pick up his beekeeper hat. And it says, want to come? But he is already gone by that point. At Eugene's Hummer shed, we hear bees buzzing. And he's like putting honey jars in the little carrying box. And we hear like upbeat dance music, punk song going on in there. And Eugene sees something in the corner of his eye. And it's Isaac. He puts his hand over his mouth and says, shh. I don't know if I can get Eugene in the shot here. Yeah. There's Eugene. Yeah, and Isaac's putting his hand over Eugene's mouth and signals to stay quiet. And says, shh. Nevermore Academy. In the principal's office, we see Sheriff Santiago, and Wednesday, we see the board with a drawing of Pugsley in the Nevermore Academy building and the map of Jericho. Sheriff Santiago says, Wednesday, I'm on my way to see your parents. Says as a hiker found Pugsley's costume, I'm redeploying the search from Jericho to Burlington. Wednesday says, sounds like a ploy to draw off you the real scent. Sheriff Santiago is like in no mood. And she says, I found all evidence, not hunches. And she takes off. And then we see Principal Weems on the chair and stuff. I think it's really perfect that Wednesday actually now has two best royal friends. Me too. Same here. Couldn't even agree with you more. Jack Sparks said, hello, how are you doing? Are we doing good? Thanks for being here. She's like twirling in the chair, saying I finally get my office back. She's like looking around the room. Weems says Dort's crashing downfall has validated my legacy. We see the poster of the picture and let's see, picture of Pugsley, drawing of Pugsley, Tyler, and Swan poster, and also John Doe, aka Slurp, aka Isaac Knight's poster, wanted poster. The Weems says the board will now look back upon the Weems era with fondness. Weems says Nevermore clearly needs steady hand on the rudder. He says a leader of impeccable moral character. And that's when Wednesday butts in and says he covered up Rowan's murder and the assistance of a Hyde. Weems, with her eyebrows raised, says mistakes were made, but that's all in the past. And twirls her chair to turn to the curtain window. Eugene comes in with a box. But we see the chair in the background twirling. But Mises isn't there. And Eugene doesn't really notice this. So Eugene has a box in his hands. And Eugene says, I went out to the Hummer's shed. Slurp was there, except he looked totally human. He told me to give you this. Hands the box to Wednesday. Eugene says, if I breathe a word to anyone else, he'd come for me. Says, Wednesday, I'm scared. Reaches for his breathalyzer, which he uses. Wednesday says, go back to your dorm, lock the door. Now. Eugene takes off. Wednesday opens the box. It is a skull tree snow globe. Creepy. And she looks at the bottom and it says midnight. So at midnight at Delaware Academy, Wednesday's in the woods and her backpack on with Thing. And we see the skull tree a little bit of the distance there. She's next to a tree and things get off her shoulder. Wednesday says, Isaac think he can lure me out to finish me off. She kneels down to get something out of her backpack. This turns to be a crossbow. We have muffling in the background. You see Pugsley being so gagged and chained with the chain around his neck, with Isaac being pulling along Pugsley. Wednesday says to Thing, get a clear shot. She holds the crossbow onto the tree and gets ready and has it aimed. Once it says, put a bolt in his zombie brain. So Thing gets into position. You see the view of the crossbow scope. Wednesday approaches them. Isaac says, Tyler warned me you were formidable. I know I witnessed havoc you can create. Can wreck, not create. And Wednesday says, give me my brother, crawl back into your hole, and stay dead this time. I know what you did to my father. Isaac says, yet I'm the one who died. Thanks to him and your dear mother. Yeah. We see Theme getting ready to fire the crossbow. Isaac says, why don't you let your brother pay for their mistakes and we can't call it even? Wednesday says, you don't have the machine. Will Hill and Yaga Tower have been destroyed? There's the crossbow. There's the crossbow's view. We do hear there's Wednesday says, by the time you did, it'd be too late to save your sister. There's the scope's view. Thing fires the shot that misses the target. And it goes through Isaac's hand. Isaac looks at it and says, I applaud your effort. You keep me talking while your faithful right hand takes a shot. That's when Tyler grabs thing and puts him in a clear locked box. And Wednesday looks behind her. Tyler says, "Gotcha." Goes to where everyone else is at. Isaac says, "Except he's never been yours, he's mine." You see thing in the clear box. It says that Isaac says, "Except he's never been yours, he's mine." He takes his glove off that is just dirt, and we see a stump of a hand. Which, sons, Wednesday, Isaac says, "Turns out your parents didn't kill all of me that night." Inside Missy's eye, yeah. So Isaac throws his glove on the floor. Then we see thing in the box, but I can't get it though. In Wednesday's eye, we see Isaac's name turned, thunder and lightning in the background and cloudy skies. Turn to thing. Back to Wednesday. Wednesday says cute. Isaac is looking at thing in the clear locked box. Isaac says, "Imagine my surprise when I saw my right hand wandering the hall of Willa Hell without me. And that Da Vinci is nothing without his right hand." See Isaac's left hand with a horse symbol ring putting down a lover. And we see a young Patricia with a sword. Isaac says, "Your mother cut it off." And we see the tower explode. We see Thing coming out of the rubble with a ring on, with a horse symbol on it. Isaac says, "The power surge must have somehow animated my hand." So that was the memory past. Back in the present. So we went to, so we were in the past, we went to the memory past, we just exit the memory past, and now we're back in the present. Wednesday says, in your case, the part is greater than the whole. Tyler opens the box containing thing in it. Isaac grabs thing. Wednesday launches the save thing, but it's stopped by Tyler. Pugsley is muffling. Isaac is leading thing to reconnect his left arm, and thing is struggling. Meanwhile, she's just watching this, and Musty's just watching this in shock. And Needle comes out of Isaac's jacket using his Da Vinci ability. And the needle is sewing thing to his Isaac's left arm. So Pugsley is just watching, and Wednesday's watching while being held back by Tyler. Stitch by stitch is being reconnected. And raises a fist. And Wednesday is just in shock looking at this. Isaac says he is now complete. And uses his Da Vinci ability on Wednesday. And says the Addams family. We can hear Pugsley muffling say Wednesday no. Isaac says ends tonight. And flotates her above the grave right there. We can see through the skull, one of the skull tree's eye. It ain't looking good. Isaac says, starting with you. And he's slightly bending Wednesday backwards. And she's being lowered, and Pugsley is just shocked. And Tyler's just looking at Wednesday while Wednesday is looking at them. Right there. With her feet slightly backward as well. And then Isaac drops her to the grave. I can't really get it. Yep, there she is. And we see tree root vines covering her. And she's looking around. Yep. Tyler is just there watching all this while Pugsley is just shocked. He's just pondering and stuff. Dirt starts to spill in. Tyler is just pondering, just watches this. And she's buried with the roots covering on top. Tyler notices something. And then we hear Isaac say, right, let's see. And grabs Pugsley and Stacy leads him on. Your pathetic little life will finally have purpose. With Tyler looking at the grave where poor Wednesday is buried and leaves. There's the grave Wednesday is. See, Agnes reappears. She's in shock. She takes off in a huff. In the graveyard in the woods, we see Francoise waiting, hiding. She hears footsteps. She appears. There's Isaac, Tyler, and Pugsley. He reveals his left hand. Francoise screams in excitement and hugs him. With his left hand restored. With poor thing now part of him now. Francoise says we can finally fix our family. Francoise says hello to his her brother's left hand. There's Tyler and Pugsley. Francois said, yeah, there's Tyler and Pugsley. Isaac goes into the graveyard building that leads to the school. Francois says, come on, and Tyler pulls Pugsley along. At Nevermore Academy, at the Loomish cages, we see Enid with her bed, a colorful bed, a colorful rug, a colorful placemat with her werewolf dog bowl, and she's has a cute outfit on with cute Kit Kat headphones on and listening to her phone. And there is some kind of decoration on the wall right there, maybe flowers. Here, the meditation app speaking meditation app speaking on her phone. There's also wearing cute headphones at the same time, which is kind of weird. App says, take a deep breath and slowly exhale. Now visualize the wolf within, a powerful but gentle spirit. Be mindful that tonight belongs to tranquility. Agnes comes in a hurry. Says, Enid, I need you. Enid takes her headphone off and says, Agnes, I thought you left. Agnes says, I couldn't abandon Wednesday, so I ditched my dad when he stopped for gas. Isaac buried Wednesday under the skull tree. Agnes says, and I can't dig her out. Enid says, what? OMG, where's Thing? Agnes says, longer story. I'll fill you on the way. We haven't got much time. And Agnes gets the key to get Enid out of the looping cages. They go to the skull tree location, dig out Wednesday and save her. Enid says, Wednesday, we're here. Hang on. Enid puts her head close to the dirt floor. Says, I hear heartbeat, but it's weak. She extends her claws to make the breathing process faster if they're getting exhausted. Enid says we aren't going to get to her in time. Agnes says, no. Agnes says, keep digging. Enid looks up in the sky. The moon is out. Enid says, I'm not strong enough like this, standing up. Enid extends her claws and looks at her friend Agnes. Agnes shakes her head, saying, you won't be able to turn back. You're an alpha. Enid says, I can't let her die. And she grins in pain, beginning her transformation into a werewolf. And growls at the moon. And they both dig to help free Wednesday. See the moon. See Wednesday's face uncovered. Agnes says to Wednesday, wake up, wake up. She's not opening her eyes. Agnes is getting a little upset, saying, please, please. There's Enid. There's Wednesday. There's Agnes. She wakes up. She's alive. Wednesday says, I enjoyed that. She gets half up. See a werewolf Enid with Agnes. Wednesday turns to Enid and says, Enid. Agnes says it was the only way to save you. We see Enid. She growls and takes off into the woods. Wednesday turns to Agnes and says, go track now. Agnes takes off while her parents comes in. She says, Wednesday. They see she's okay. Shisha is relieved, saying, thank the spirits. Wednesday sees Weems and says, or just one in particular. Patricia looks behind her. He's standing in the tree, standing behind them. Weems says, if you don't hurry, we have nothing left to save. Gomez says, where's Pugsley? Back at Nevermore Academy, we see an Igo Tower, see the elevator going up. We see Isaac, Francois, Tyler, and Pugsley get on an elevator into the Igo Tower. Isaac says, good. Poor Pugsley is still gagged and chained around the neck, being pulled by Tyler. Tyler says, how are we going to put this junk back together? Because everything is covered in stuff. And the Algo Tower. Isaac turns to them and says, we're not, I am. And he uses his Da Vinci ability to unveil the machine stuff. And he uses his Da Vinci ability to play a record player as Toccata and Few in D minor by Bach over a gramophone. And he's using his Da Vinci ability to uncover large cloths from some of the pieces of the machine he needs. And he's putting all the pieces into place. Like, Tyler, Pugsley, and Franshaw are watching this while Franshaw is being amazed and stuff. Outside in the tunnels, probably from the graveyard to the school, most likely, we see Patricia and Gomez. Wednesday says, even if you'd never told me the truth about Thing, why didn't you tell him? Gomez says, because sometimes the truth is better left buried. Patricia says, Thing has no memory of Isaac. We see a young Patricia and Gomez after the explosion of the Diego Tower looking. Patricia looks concerned. You see Thing with Isaac's horse symbol, silver goldish ring, struggling. And you're both young Patricia and young Gomez are looking at Thing. That's in the past memory. Back in the present, Patricia says, everything Isaac did to your father, why burden Thing with that knowledge? Oh no, before back to the present, we hear Patricia say, everything Isaac did to your father, why burden with Thing that knowledge? And there's Thing struggling. Gomez says, I'd like to think whatever trace of goodness was in Isaac somehow ended up in Thing. Then we go back to the present. No. I'm sorry. Yeah. Then we go back to the present. Oops, lost my. Lucy says, except now he's reattached to Isaac and he's about to kill your son. Sorry, hold on a second. There's my kitty, Pumpkin. She says hi. They enter the room. Hear grandiose organ music. Wednesday says, Mad. So they're looking up at the. So a little bit back, a little bit. So they went into the room. There's the place where the elevator should be, but it's currently up the top of the Diego Tower, so they have to use the stairs that they're looking at up top. And they hear a grandiose organ music playing. Wednesday says, Mad Scientist, cliche soundtrack, perfect. Marcia puts her hand on her husband's face and says, darling, you call the sheriff, leave us to us. Gomez says, Curita, save our boy. Now, I don't know what that means in Spanish. Let me look it up real quick. Curita, it says deer in Spanish. No. Not Spanish. Portuguese. Which Patricia nods at, and Both Patricia and Wednesday go up the stairs while Gomez stays where he's at. We see the face clock of Iago Tower. We see Isaac using his left hand that used to be Thing. Sorry, my kitty wanted attention. And stuff. And he's using his ability to bring down the main probe into position. With Francois, Tyler, and Puxley looking at this. It is, and Isaac is using all of his power to bring this main big probe into position that is causing a little bit of sweaty stress on him. He finally does put the main probe into position, and he falls down briefly. Francois says they both noticed that all three of them, Puxley, Tyler, Francois, noticed this. Francois says, Isaac, are you all right? Isaac gets up and says he's fine. And tells Tyler to secure the power source. So Puxley is poor Puxley is like being used as a power source, just like his dad was in the past. So Tyler leads Puxley along with him to the top level of the Iago Tower. Isaac goes to the MIDI control box. Tyler leads Puxley to the chair. We see Francois looking at the cross-like table chair from years before. Isaac says, I've been waiting for this moment 30 years. Long time. Tyler puts Puxley's hand on the chair, and Puxley is struggling to break free. He uses his right hand briefly to free himself, but Tyler stops him by putting his hand on Pugsley's Tyler put his hand on Pugsley's chest to stop him, and then secures Pugsley's other hand to the chair. Francois sees this and watches. Tyler is securing Pugsley's feet. Pugsley reaches and touches Tyler's shoulder, I think, and shocks him a bit. Tyler gets up and says, "Get ready. We're about to fry your battery." Pugsley is a little bit shocked and dismayed, I think. And he puts the I can't really show it here, but he puts the wired helmet on Pugsley, and Francois is watching this. And Isaac is getting things ready at the mini control box. Tyler is securing the helmet on Pugsley. Francois turns to her brother, says, "It's time, Isaac." Isaac looks to his sister. Francois says, "Do it now." Isaac seems to be dismayed and hesitant. And his sister's looking at him to do it now. Pugsley is secured in the chair. Poor Pugsley. And then Isaac moves and uses his Vinci ability on Tyler. And is put on the cross-like chair. And is being secured onto it with hands and feet. Francois goes next to Tyler, his son. Tyler says, "Wait, what are you doing?" And Francois is like smoothing her hands on his head and hair, motherly kind of way. Tyler is confused. Francois says, "We're here to save you." Tyler struggles to get up, but he can't. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. So Tyler said, "Mom, we're here to save you." And then Francois said, then Tyler's trying to get up, but he can't. And then Francois says, "It's too late for me, sweetie." We see Tyler is confused, but he understands what's happening. Francois says, "This is your time now. We can save you from this life." And Tyler's just taken aback by this. Francois says, "Give you a fresh start," and smile. She smiles. And stuff. Tyler is not okay with this and says, "No, no, no. You have no right to take my power from me." And he's struggling. Francois puts says hush, and Francois says, "Love you," and she backs away. And Tyler says, "Don't do this, please." And she says, Francois says, "I love you, baby," and smiles. We see the giant probe getting ready. Isaac is at the machine getting ready. We see yep. We see the main probe. We see Pugsley. Things are powering up. I don't know. Yep, right there. We hear Tyler like screaming, and it says, "Mom." We see Wednesday and Patricia coming in from a hidden staircase. And they're like looking around. When she says, "You take the main staircase, I'll take the ladder." Wednesday sees an axe, then she picks it up. Morticia goes to nearby the main control machine and power machine to pick up the sword. Francois sees this. Yeah, there's Tyler screaming at his mother, screaming for mom. We see Francois seeing Patricia picking up the sword and is like underneath the other floor. Isaac, Francois looks to Isaac and says, "We have company." We see Pugsley at the poor chair, having his outcast ability, electrical power being used, and possibly robbing him of his ability. Isaac is yelling, "Say, please don't do this." We see the main power up, and he fires on Tyler. Tyler screams. The energy is crackling. Pugsley at the chair is screaming as well. Yeah, here's Pugsley. Poor Pugsley. Francois is heading downstairs while Wednesday's heading upstairs with her ex, while climbing up the ladder. I hear Tyler yelling painfully. Isaac goes to the edge of the bridge to watch his sister while she goes downstairs looking for Patricia. And she can't find her. There's poor Pugsley. And there's Tyler. Yeah. Francois looking for Patricia. She can't find her. There's Pugsley and Tyler are both in pain. Isaac goes to the edge of the bridge, away from the media control box, looking down at his sister on to the other floor. Wednesday comes in, sneaks in with the axe. She sees Tyler is in pain, and Tyler sees her, and Wednesday's ready to strike him. Tyler tells Wednesday to kill him, but Wednesday hesitates and chops off one of his hands free. And Tyler looks confused, saying, "Why?" And Wednesday says, "I missed." So she pretty much reveals right here she doesn't want to kill Tyler. She still has feelings for him. Right there. Oh, and I forgot to mention this a little earlier. When Wednesday was being buried by Isaac underneath the skull tree, he looked like Tyler looked like right at that moment I was showed a little bit earlier, that he looked like he didn't want Wednesday to die either. So they have still feelings with each other. Wednesday takes off. Isaac sees Tyler is free, and he begins to transform into his hide form. We hear Isaac says Tyler no, and we hear Isaac say no. Francois hears this. Tyler throws Isaac off the highest floor and falls to the ground. Francois is screaming Isaac, and he goes to him, making sure he's like okay. Tyler goes onto the other floor, and he's growling at them. And Francois is saying it's okay. Meanwhile, poor Pugsley is still... There's Tyler's hide face. Poor Pugsley is still on the chair being... on the chair, his ability drained, possibly. Wednesday gets the helmet off him, but he's still gagged, and he's like muffling Wednesday, and she covers his mouth right there, even though he's still gagged. And hear Francois say it's your mommy. Wednesday says, I haven't enjoyed a mother-son relationship like this since Psycho. Oh man. Back with Tyler and Francois. Francois says, Tyler, honey, baby. And Tyler grabs. We see Tyler's face. He ain't happy. He grabs her and throws her. We see Patricia going upstairs. We see which Tyler sees. Tyler looks to his mom's direction, who transforms into her hide form. And they start. There she is, right there. And they start attacking each other. Snarl and attack each other. Meanwhile, let's see if I can find it. I don't think I can find it. Oh, right there. Yeah. Meanwhile, Patricia is freeing her son Pugsley from his bonds on the chair. We see Tyler and his mom in hide form and both the hide forms fighting each other, destroying stuff while they're fighting. Patricia frees Pugsley, his arms and legs. Once he goes to the MIDI control box with the axe and destroys it. Oh, I'm going to go back a little bit. I think I missed the part. Yeah, there's Isaac waking up. And then Patricia's helping her son and help him walk. Wednesday destroys the MIDI control box. The axe. See the. Oh yeah, there is the unconscious Isaac. Okay, I'm backing up a little. He wakes up. Patricia's like freeing her son's arms. Meanwhile, Tyler and her son, Tyler and Francois are both hide forms are like attacking each other. And Isaac, Tyler tries to grab hold of his mom, but she throws him. Tyler, this is when Tyler is getting his not Tyler. Isaac is getting back to his senses and lifts up his head. That's then Patricia like frees Huxley's legs and helps him stand up and walk. Telling him to hold on. That's when Wednesday destroys the mini control box with the axe downstairs. Gomez is going up the stairs. Meanwhile, Tyler's rolling at his mom, and his mom lurched forward. They go flying through the clock face onto the girls' dorm's balcony on the other side of the building. And they're like both looking at each other. Going for another round and stuff. Yep, yikes. And they attack each other. Poor Isaac is just seeing his sister and his nephew Tyler fighting each other in both hide forms from right here in the scene. From the broken clock face of the Iago Tower down to the girls' dorm room where Enid's and Wednesday's dorm room is at. And he's like in dismay and stuff and shock. Meanwhile, I think I would have a little bit too far. No. So yeah, they're attacking each other. I've lost my place. Hold on a second. I lost my place. Okay, to back up a little bit. So Wednesday, her mom and Pugsley going down the stairs, and they stop because Isaac is up and walking about. Yeah, he gets up. And then we see At the other building where the girls' dorm rooms is, Francois takes a bite on Tyler. Yeah, then that's when we see a dismayed Isaac looking out of the tower. Iago tower's clock face, watching the fights going on between his sister and his nephew and stuff. There's Francois and Tyler's behind. We see Francois clearly on the other side of the window. We can't really see Tyler clearly because that's the inside of the room. Tyler and Francois are fighting each other. Isaac is just watching this fight between two hides. And that's when Wednesday and Matricia take off, and Wednesday drags Pugsley, but the sound of the chains alert Isaac to the point he looks behind him, and the machines are being overpowered. Back at the girls' dorm building, Tyler's climbing on the higher roof, and his mother's following him. Back at the Iago tower, Wednesday is pulling Pugsley along. Isaac is frantically trying to control the machines while protecting himself, which I don't really think is doing any good. We see Gomez about to get to the top of the stair ladder. And stuff. Matricia looks worried. Misty goes off with axe in hand. That's where Matricia looks worried. There's Misty with the axe in hand, most likely slowly trying to approach Isaac. There's Tyler taking a deep, bellowing roar on top of the girls' dorm room roof. And we see Tyler's mother's hand about to be on the roof with Tyler, which Tyler notices. We see Wednesday approaching Isaac slowly with axe in hand, and it says Isaac. And we see him trying to control the machines. Once he says, yeah, something belongs to me. And Isaac is about to approach her, but at the girl dormitory roof. Tyler and Francois and both the high forms are still fighting. Now, this is a little bit tricky here. Okay. Here's Gomez, who says, come on, to Pugsley and Morticia. The machine is being overpowered. And there's Morticia and Pugsley. Pugsley is surprised. Morticia is like extending her hand towards her husband, Gomez. And then the machine overpowers. And then explosion. A white light. It envelops everything. I don't know if I can show it, but I'll try. There's Wednesday, ready to strike, but a bright light envelops. No, that's wrong. Yeah, the bright light of the explosion shines over Wednesday and Isaac. It blows Isaac to the ground. And then it blows Morticia and Pugsley to the ground. And the machines are exploding. And then the main probe. And the clock face explodes too. The blast sends Tyler and Francois flying to the other side, to the other building, but they catch themselves because they have their claws on the roof to slow their descent to the roof down to the roof. Tyler catches the edge of this little window here, balcony window here. His mom does not. Tyler is worried at his mom and extends his hand towards her to help her. She looks surprised and concerned and looks at her son right there. And he clearly wants to help his mother. It seems like she's like having thoughts. And let's go. So it's like, and Tyler is in shock. I don't know if I can get it, but he's in shock. Basically, she lands right here and she died. To the shock of Tyler. So his mother really sacrificed her life for Tyler. That's when the police come in. We see Sheriff Santiago and Deputy Riken, and they're moving in. And there's the dead hide Francois, who's in her hide form in the arms of the werewolf. statue. And Tyler sees this, and he makes a painful, loud bellow. Meanwhile, at Iago Tower, after the explosion, you see Patricia lying on the floor. See Pugsley and Wednesday. We see a probe, one of the cylinder probe pieces is on Patricia. Uh-oh, that's not good. Pugsley wakes up. And there's the probe on the cylinder probe on Patricia. There's Gomez. His hair's messed up, but he's okay. And he sees his wife, and he says, Tish, this is her nickname. Wednesday wakes up and looks at her mom. Gomez says, help me with this. Help me with this. And they both move the cylinder probe off of Morticia. Wednesday is scared for her mother. Morticia's still unconscious, but she wakes up. She looks to her family and says to Wednesday, I guess your premonition didn't come true after all. And Wednesday smiles, and they help her get Wednesday and Gomez help Patricia get back up while Pugsley keeps the cylinder probe off of her. Wednesday, we hear footsteps, and Wednesday looks behind her. So does the rest of the family. You see Isaac. And he uses his Da Vinci ability on Wednesday's throat. And we see the left hand, which is Thing. Isaac says, because of you, I lost the only thing I ever truly loved. And we see the left hand of Isaac's, who is Thing. And he's using ability on Da Vinci ability on Wednesday, and she's like choking. Yeah, right. I think right here. Right, Gomez is like saying, Isaac, it's over. Let my daughter go. I'm losing my place. Hold on a second. That's there. Yeah, he's saying, let my daughter go. And that's when Isaac says, sorry, old friend. Now you two will know what real pain looks like. So he attempts to kill Wednesday. And we see the hand of the Thing, or Isaac's left hand. Patricia tries to go towards her daughter, Isaac screams, "One more step and I'll snap her neck." And he uses his defensive ability again on Wednesday. And she's like cruelly choking. Patricia is worried for her daughter and says, "Thing, we know you're still in there." Grandma says, "Come back to us, Thing. We love you." We see Thing and Isaac. Grandma says, "We're your family." Isaac says, "This was never part of your family." Somewhat points to his left hand. It's a part of me. And then right here, Patricia is very worried for her daughter. She sees an axe on the ground and kicks it towards Wednesday. Who she has her hand back like this and throws the axe towards Isaac. And for Isaac, which makes Isaac move away and not to use his ability, to force not to use ability, while the other machine explodes. And Wednesday is like literally gasping for breath at this point. Just able to breathe now. Isaac turns to them and says, "Miss," and he is about to use his dimension ability again. But nothing happens. He tries again. Nothing happens. He's confused. And Wednesday is saying, "We see Thing, and we see Wednesday saying, 'Come on, Thing.'" Isaac is looking at his left hand. And that's when the hand starts moving on its own. Frantically. Makes a fist. As the finger pokes, makes a fist, Isaac says, "What's happening?" Then the fist, then Thing, then the hand, left hand makes a fist. It's Thing. Gives the bird the middle finger, pokes Isaac with his left eye. Wednesday says it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. And Thing is grabbing Isaac's hair, and Isaac's slamming to the machine. He's slamming Thing, his left hand, to the wall, and stuff. And he's like slightly. Then Thing goes into fist mode and punches Tyler twice. I can't really get it, but he does punch him. Oh, right there. And he falls to the he punches him and falls to the floor. As I is done, Thing uses his finger to pull Isaac's mouth upward. And Isaac is just yelping right at this point. Then Thing goes to Isaac's chest and rips his shirt off. Isaac uses his right hand is watching this. Isaac is bending down. Yeah, we see Isaac's clockwork mechanical heart. And Thing tears out the mechanical heart out of Isaac's chest. And Wednesday says time's up. And the ticking we hear from the mechanical heart stops. Yeah, there's Thing with the mechanical heart. And we see slowly stops ticking, and there's Isaac, who falls down and is dead. And Wednesday smiles. He's about to die. Isaac's listening to his mechanical heart and Thing. Wednesday is smiling and falls down dead. And there's Thing and mechanical heart that falls out of the left hand. Excuse me. So the Adams family is watching and wondering if Thing's okay. Thing does move his index finger, turns over, and he slowly struggles and he moves towards them. And then you see the stitches being ripped off, and Thing is free and goes towards his family. Wednesday says, "Welcome." Everyone's greeting him and back, and Wednesday says, "Welcome back, Thing." Back in Darwin Academy in the morning, I guess. We see the Wednesday and Enid's girl dorm balcony. See Thing writing something in his little mini notebook with little mini suitcases. Writing something. Wednesday comes in, goes to Thing, and says, knowing you were cut from the little cloth of evil genius, it makes sense why you're so compatible. And Thing brings out Isaac's horse symbol, gold silverish ring. Wednesday says, how does it feel if I know the truth? Thing gives the signal, whatever. Wednesday says, you can't control the past, but the future is your own hand. And Thing's like playing with the ring. Wednesday says, what's going to be? And Thing flicks the ring, and it goes into this basket bin carry-on thing. Wednesday hears something approaching behind her. This thing, and Wednesday hears something approaching behind her. We see Agnes. Wednesday says, what have you been able to find out? Agnes says, this was on the wildlife cam this morning. She gives a printout pick to Wednesday, and we see a werewolf looking at the track cam. Wednesday says that's Enid, and Agnes says she was heading north just 5 miles from the Canadian border. Wednesday says, what about Capri? Agnes says she was able to provide intel that could tell us where Enid is going. No. Wednesday says, was she able to provide intel that could tell us where Enid is going? Agnes says she's MIA, probably on the hunt of her next job. Wednesday is looking at the pic. Agnes says, now that nevermore is nevermore. At the graveyard, you see 2 headstones, Francois and Jonathan Galpin. His name might be Dylan. You see Francois' grave is untouched, but Tyler's dad is recently new. You see Tyler looking at the grave. Here, Miss Capri approaching Tyler. She says, hello, Tyler. Tyler says, wherever you are, just walk away. Miss Capri says, we both know you can't survive out here alone, not for long, but I can save you. Tyler says, this looks like he's beaten up from his mother, of all things. Tyler says, yeah, I'm done with mothers and masters. Miss Capri says, not interested in being either. Miss Capri says, I'm offering support system for people just like you, fellow hides hidden where the world can't find them. Tyler's about to head off, but is stopped. Miss Capri says he'd be part of a pack. Miss Capri says creating a bond that transcends the need for a single master. Tyler turns to her and says, what's in it for you? You're a werewolf. I can smell it from here. Miss Capri turns to him and says, my father was a Hyde. And Tyler is in his thinking mode here. Back to the Redwood Academy, in the boys' dorm room. Pugsley looks at it, is looking at his suitcase and his stuff and his fireworks. He closes it. And there's Eugene approaching with a box. He gives it to him. Pugsley says, this isn't going to explode in my face, is it? Eugene says, it's a little snack for the road. And it's just a bunch of cockroaches in the box. It was disgusting. Pugsley smiles. Eugene says, don't forget to pace yourself. Pugsley says, well, thanks. Eugene says, I was thinking over the break, if you're not too busy, you could come for a visit. Pugsley is surprised and smiles, and he says, really, to your actual house? Eugene says, that's what friends do, right? And they both smile. At the cottage, Rottenwood Cottage. You see Patricia and Wednesday. Before that, Patricia was looking and petting a taxidermy bunny. She looks like a taxidermy bunny. I'm not really sure what it is. She said that at the Rottenwood Cottage, things are covered, signifying that they're leaving the cottage of Rottenwood Cottage. Once he comes in, Patricia says Wednesday, she says, wait, I have something. I would like you to have something. She picks up a journal and hands it to her. Wednesday picks it up. And Wednesday says, Aunt Cecilia's journal. Patricia says yes. Patricia says, as I keep being reminded, harboring secrets can have deadly consequences. Patricia says, every family has dark chapters Wednesday, including yours. Mercy says, thank you, Mother. And we did see, I want to quote here. We see the grass outside of the door, right? And then we hear we say, it's gratifying to see you two together. The door is a total light. William says, restoring your familiar bond was the first step in gaining your psychic ability. Now that it's happened, I'm taking a well-deserved sabbatical. Which Wednesday seems a little bit down with. William says, whoever, actually, sabbatical. Yeah, she says sabbatical, right? Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. With wave of her hand kind of thing. Same rule. She's at her office desk earlier. Meme says, whoever thought that the person to keep my spirit alive would be you. Oh, I do have to mention, we do see red marks on Wednesday's neck, which is being choked out by Isaac Da Vinci ability, which is freaking frightening. And then he says, whoever thought that the person who would keep my spirit alive would be you. And she said, until we meet again. And she goes into the light of the doorway. And Patricia and Wednesday see her off. Patricia waves goodbye. And then Gomez comes in saying, whoa, it's sunny out there. He has like round glasses on. He goes to Tish. She puts her hands on him, of a lovely wife kind of way. And he turns to, there's the glasses he's wearing. Gomez says, let's get your things. Vamos, which means, I think, vamos means let's go. We are going in Spanish. And Wednesday says, I won't be going home, which surprises her parents. Outside of the Nevermore Academy's quad area was just like back to normal, and then we see the tall towel cafe right there. Yeah, we hear Rowdy's. We hear Walk Don't Run by Surfers playing. It's a Rowdy surf rocking music. And some guy in the motorcycle comes in, drives around her, and we see his Uncle Fester in the motorcycle outfit. Where he's been all this time? Where's he's like smiling and stuff and a little bit laughing. Uncle Fester says, I got your message. I'm always up for a road trip. So where to? Slaughtered Beach? Death Valley? Missy says, we're headed north to rescue Enid. She's an alpha. Uncle Fester says, oh, I heard those puppies got fangs that can rip you apart like taffy. She gets her suitcase. Wednesday gets her suitcase. Uncle Fester says, and claws that slice up you up like lunch meat. What fun. And Wednesday says, go. And we see Thing behind the passenger seat of the motorcycle hanging on. That's funny. And so they take off. You see the Nevermore Academy gate, and we hear Lady Gaga's song playing, which is let me check real quick. Well, I can't remember song. Oh yeah, Sweet Dreams. I think it's called Lady Gaga Sweet Dreams. Yes. Yeah, it's Sweet Dreams. So yeah, they're taking on they're traveling by motorcycle on road. Wednesday thinks another year thinks and says another year at Nevermore ends in carnage and chaos. You see it a far view of Nevermore Academy was beautiful. We see see a white car go by. Once they says in thought, hey, says, did I slice Tyler's bonds rather than his jugular? Sorry. Did I slice Tyler's bonds rather than his jugular? Let me check on that real quick. I think that's wrong. Let's double check on that. Why did I slice Tyler's bonds rather than his jugular? Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. We see a worn out Tyler and Miss Capri, and we see worn out Tyler on the side passenger seat, and Miss Capri driving in the driver's seat, and Tyler's like wondering what she is up to. I would like to know too. What's up with her? Wednesday in thought says, and will the impulsive act of mercy become my undoing? We see the motorcycle with Wednesday Uncle Fester passing by the Adams family car, who's most likely driven by Lurch. And we see her family smiling and waving to her. Patricia, Gomez, and Pugsley. Wednesday in thought says, as for my parents, their smiles don't erase their lies. And Wednesday and Uncle Fester, the motorcycle passes the family car with Pugsley, Patricia, and Gomez, and the driver / butler Lurch. We see and Ophelia's journal. It says Ophelia Trump on it. Wednesday says in thought, says, was my mother's gift of Aunt Ophelia's diary an act of trust? Yes. Yes. Or silent desperation. And she opens the page. See these pages. A crow in a bedroom. Single Fester. She's reading the journal. So that's the drawing, a door with skulls around it. See, it werewolf Enid covering in the woods. Wednesday in thought says, I must find Enid. I gave her my word. And there's Enid. Seeking cover of the rain. Wednesday, oh yeah, right here. And Wednesday in thought says, who exactly will return by my side? And Enid shakes her wet fur off just to take cover from the rain. Wednesday in thought says, my friend, or that beast that consumed her. And we see Wednesday reading the journal. No, that's not it. There's one of the pages we've seen before. A picture of Antiphilia, two drawing pictures of Antiphilia screaming, and one eye with black tears going down her two faces and that one eye, and the word black tears being scribbled. And then this page we've seen before with Antiphilia with black tears and red tears going down her face with the words black tears. The words black tears being scribbled with black raindrops on the page. And that's when Wednesday's psychic ability comes in. And we see a woman with blonde hair with a crown of flowers on her head. Yeah. She has her head tilt back, and then she has her head tilt back up. And she's a blonde-haired woman with a flower crown on her head, in the room with a single light bulb sitting in a chair. In the image, and she wakes up. Wednesday snaps out her psychic ability, and she tilts her head back up and looks at the journal and says, Aunt Ophelia. Now, at the hallway of the house, we see this must Grandma Hester Frump. This must be her place, and there's her butler Varicose leading her to a curtain door. Moves the curtain for her to go in. Her butler Varicose sees her, walks in. She goes into this weird light hall, past the door window, goes to another hall, opens the door with a key, and it says, and she opens the door. You see her face. And it says Ophelia. And we see, so that's Ophelia right there, next to a table and a small and two chairs and a window. And she's writing, I think in blood, Wednesday must die. Wednesday must die. Uh-oh, this is not good. And she stops writing on the wall when she hears her mother. And that's her mom looking at this. Back with Uncle Fester and Wednesday. Wednesday is starting the journal of her Aunt Ophelia. Wednesday in thought says, I ventured into the unknown and thought She, in thought, says, I am determined to exhume every lie and deception. Or die trying. And we see the view of the beautiful mountains. Well, Wednesday and Uncle Fester drive on. We see a crow coming towards us. And Wednesday says, in thought, sounds like a perfect vacation to me. And the crow flies towards us. Beautiful view of the mountains. If I can get this image right here. It's the one red-eyed crow that used to belong to Judy Stonehurst. And that's it. And that's it. And that is Wednesday Season 2, Episode 8. Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Here. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are your favorite moments and the ones you dislike in episode 7? Just one.
I mean, the whole ballroom, the
ballroom.
Yeah, the whole day they all decorated. And the costume ball was fun. Masquerade ball. That's the word I was looking for.
Masquerade ball.
And I did like it when Principal, whatever the fuck his name is,
Principal Barry Dort.
Yeah, Dort. Got checked in front of everybody. Like, that dude was an asshole. I couldn't wait for him to be gone.
Well, he's gone now.
Right? That dude, man, I was tired of him about the 3rd episode he was in. I don't trust anybody who's that cheerful. Well, sure enough, he's full of shit.
Damn. Alrighty. Well, my favorite moment from episode 7 was seeing that really cool tiki siren bar. I looked with the sirens in the background.
Yeah, when they had that 90s flashback or 80s. It's more like 80s.
Like, probably a mix of the two, really. And then let's see what I didn't. Let me go to my favorites first. My other favorite is the masquerade gala ball, like very Phantom of the Opera kind of feel to it. I love the outfits that they had on, really cool. And then we hear see Enid and Agnes doing their dance with the Lady Gaga song, singing I Dance When I'm Dead song. That was cool. And sometimes Agnes will disappear to make look Enid like she's like floating on her own. I thought that was really cool of that. Let's see I'm trying to think. The presentation that Principal Dort gave out was showing the little display of Nova Ward Academy of to reform it, which didn't really go as planned, unfortunately, because of his death. But I thought the little display looked really cool of Nova Ward Academy. The backstory. Let's see. All right, for my dislikes, I didn't like that Bruno was playing stupid or being two-timing Enid because he had his
Right.
other girlfriend at Devil Art Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
That
And I
was
expect to believe that she flown the red eye to Malin to just get him back. How did we know she was? How did we? I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, I think he's a shiesty little shit for that one.
You think? I don't
Oh
really think.
yeah.
I don't. You know.
I mean, not often does a girlfriend or an ex or whatever, just a friend, travel all the way from fucking Brazil to come hang out at your prom. Yeah.
If you're like, if he
led the guy
really
on.
did like broke up with her,
He let her on. Right?
If he really did break up with her, but he said he did to Enid, Bruno like says like to her, Sophia, like, why are you here? She's all already dressed up for the gala,
Right? So
and Enid's like saying she must have caught the red eye when Sophia told Bruno that the relationship was over. Call me suspicious, that I don't think that's the full story. I don't think she flied all the way to Neverword Academy just to get him back. I think she was invited from the start.
Probably, or he mentioned it. Maybe she took it as a hint. But the point is, like, he didn't tell Enid about it, and that's all I need to know.
And Enid was just pretty much done with Bruno at that point.
Oh yeah.
And then he goes in the. And then when Sophia goes in the car, he looks at Enid and goes in the car with Sophia. So their relationship is over. Enid and Bruno, I should say.
Yeah, he ran off with her awfully quick.
What I didn't like, well, I'm kind of like mixed feelings with this. When Person Barry Dort literally burned Arnold Hunt / Gideon Sterling to a crisp in front of Bianca. That was rough.
Right.
And threw his bones into the fireplace. But in relation to that, I did like the fact at the gala masquerade ball, Wednesday and Agnes, with help of Agnes, Enid was doing her dance. Agnes, in her invisible form, gets the pocket watch from Principal Barry Dort, hands it to Wednesday, and so when the dance is over and Bianca introduces Patricia and Principal Barry Dort onto the stage, Bianca, with her choker, has her siren, main part of her siren necklace on, takes it off. Principal Barry Dort looks at his pocket watch. It's not there. And then Bianca uses her siren ability on him to tell the truth of what he did. And the best part of it was Ajax takes his beanie off, reveals his Gorgon. Am I saying that right? Hair snakes?
Gorgon. Yeah.
Gorgon? Yeah. Snake-like hair to freeze. Actually, before he does that, Principal Barry Dort took Bianca hostage with his fiery finger, fires a fiery flare, uh, I guess, on the chandelier, the rope that is keeping the chandelier in place. Then Ajax comes behind Dort, says his name, takes his beanie off. Bianca runs and stones Principal Barry Dort with his Gorgon snake-like hair, and then the support that's keeping the big chandelier in place crashes down, and he tumbles into pieces. I thought that was a great ending and for him. I thought it was perfect and stuff. I'm trying to think. Those are like my favorite moments and my dislike moments of the episode 7 and stuff. Okay, what are your favorite moments of episode 8, and what are your dislike moments of that episode?
I thought the whole thing with Francoise and her brother was fucking creepy, and Tyler could tell too, because he'd look at them like, yeah.
And like they're too lovely dovey for brothers and sisters, right?
That they're all like, it's like
it was too like. I know they were trying to show the love between brother and sister, but it just turned to too much of a lovely dovey, more like a incest kind of way.
It was creepy as shit. I was like, ugh. So that whole thing,
and Tyler was just like really awkward with it too.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no way to not be awkward with that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said they're just watching this, and you just see him going. Like, he could tell it's fucked up. Like, it's like, no. That whole thing was weird as fuck. I could not.
So that is your dislike moment?
That's a big one. It just kept happening. Like, oh. It's like, what do you do when no one's looking? Jesus Christ, people. Like, no. That was too weird. I don't know
pretty much like we're acting like
that was some weird
husband
stuff.
And wife, even though she's like decades older than him, physically, I mean.
But still, brother sister, like that's just too fucking weird. That is too Kentucky or Alabama or whatever the fuck wherever that weird shit goes on. That's too much.
Royalty,
right? They're working on a Habsburg job.
Yeah,
I'm kind of worried about Tyler's lineage right now.
Well, he's the only one left of his family.
Huh?
He's the only one left of his family that we know of.
And I was kind of glad. I don't normally say this, but since she was such a fucking weirdo, I'm really glad she got a smackdown, because that woman was fucking weird. And Isaac got what he's had.
Smackdown? She killed herself. She sacrificed herself for her son.
I thought she was fighting Tyler, wasn't she?
She was.
Yeah, so she was getting a little bit of smackdown.
She was. The blast of the explosion of the Iago Tower threw him off the other building.
Well, yeah. I'm saying, but like I didn't say get killed though. I say the smackdown, because she was kind of a fucking weirdo. But like, yeah, and then Isaac getting his, because that guy had to go. That guy was. Ugh.
Yeah,
those two were just weird as shit.
Even though they were like, both of them were hanging on to the building, she decided to let go and fall to her death.
Yeah, because she even knew she was too fucking weird. Like,
no, she knew that her time was at an end.
Right.
Because health-wise.
Right.
Yeah. So what is that? Okay. So what's your favorite moment?
Isaac being gone. I did not like that character at all.
Cut to the point, right, straight to the heart.
Yeah, he was such a
Literally
weird-ass
straight to the
character.
heart because he had a mechanical heart.
Oh yeah, but like, yeah, he was just too weird. I did not like. It was a little bit interesting when we were trying to figure out who he was. You know, he kept nibbling people. You get to see a little more of the face reveal. Then after that, he wore on my nerves. I was like, you know what, this guy's got to go. I think I liked him better as a zombie when he was just getting bologna sandwiches or whatever it was that Pugsley was feeding him. I think he was more likable then.
Right on. See, my favorite moments of episode 8. I love when Patricia, Wednesday, and Grandmama Hester Frump were like in the seance room, the cottage, Rottenwood's cottage, having a little psychic moment. I thought that was really nice and really cool. It was really interesting. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I like the backstory of Thing, how he came to be and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Thing was actually the left hand of Isaac, of all things. So that was interesting. It was interesting to see the backstory of what happened and what happened between young Gomez and young Patricia with a young Francois and Isaac and stuff. It was really interesting to see the backstory in that. And let's see here. My other favorite moment. I have to agree, getting Isaac what he fully deserved. by Thing no less. Thing, got his senses back and literally was beating, well, not beating, but partially beating Isaac, and then fingering with him the middle finger in his eye. That was funny. And then literally rips Isaac's shirt out and takes out the mechanical heart and frees himself from the stitchly bond of Isaac's left arm stump and back to the Adams family. I like that part. That was pretty good. The Hyde fight between Tyler and his mom Francoise was pretty cool. And stuff. Seeing werewolf Enid in werewolf form was pretty cool when she and Agnes were saving Wednesday from a deathly grave just in time. And Enid literally sacrificed her humanity to save her friend Wednesday.
Yeah.
And important to note, Wednesday, if I remember in a few episodes, Wednesday pretty much says what if I lied about my feelings to Tyler in his Hyde form? Tyler, when Wednesday was getting buried by Isaac with his Da Vinci ability, Tyler had second thoughts of Wednesday because he didn't want her to die. He still had feelings for her, and that was pretty much shown a little bit later, because when he's like, when his mother pretty much like said her time was over and she wanted Tyler's hide to be cured, when he's like on the table or chair, getting electrified or probed. Wednesday comes in and Tyler sees her and says to kill him. She hesitates for a bit and then frees one of the hand constraints, and he's like asking why, and she said she missed. She pretty much reveals she still has feelings for Tyler.
Right.
Definitely. So they still have feelings for each other for sure. I thought that was also really nice. What else? I'm forgetting and stuff. I hope I'm not forgetting anything. Seeing Uncle Fester at in a motorcycle outfit on a motorcycle. I'm like, where he's been hiding out? Where has he been?
Oh, right.
I'm like, hello. It was cool to see him and Wednesday reading Aunt Ophelia's journal that her mom gave her, and we see Aunt Ophelia and Wednesday's psychic vision, and it was revealed that Grandma Hester Frump is keeping her in a locked basement.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
And she's writing Wednesday must die in blood in the wall. Which is creepy.
Oh yeah.
And then Wednesday's psychic vision ends. She says Aunt Ophelia. So I'm pretty pumped up about that. See what's going to happen and what's the backstory of Aunt Ophelia and all that.
Right.
And stuff. And to top it off, at the end, the last moment of the end of the episode, we see the red-eyed crow. The same red-eyed crow that Judy Stonehurst had. Interesting.
Indeed.
Very interesting. What I didn't like was Isaac trying to kill Wednesday in that dirt grave. That's what I didn't like. What I also didn't like is Isaac choking Wednesday with his Da Vinci ability almost to death. That's what I didn't like either. Tyler's mom Francoise dying by sacrificing herself for her son because she knew her time was over. That was sad. You know, she's a little bit of loony. A loony, a crackadoodle, a little bit too much screw looses, and has a weird incest kind of love relationship with her brother Isaac.
Yeah, God, that's weird ass shit.
You almost let me spit out my drink.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was like uncomfortable. And stuff. Let's see. I forgot. The mechanical hearts design was really cool. But let's see. And the last thing I didn't like was well, they didn't really tell if Pugsley permanently lost his magical outcast powers like his dad did. It doesn't we don't really see that. I would like to know if he, after all what he has been through because of Isaac, I want to know if Pugsley still has his outcasted electrical powers or not.
Right.
We don't really know the result of that yet. That's the one thing I don't like. I would like to know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, what I thought was, see, compared to the first season, what do you think?
I think it was a little better made.
You think if the story in was a little better than the first one?
Yeah.
Right on. I thought it was more. There was definitely mystery into it. It was more darker, much grittier, more action packed, and stuff like that. Um, Overall, great storytelling. Like pretty much like somewhat kept us guessing and stuff. Um, I completely enjoyed uh, this second season and stuff like that. It was suspenseful and eventful, pretty much. What did you say, Mara?
Yeah, it was alright.
Right on. Yeah, so I am excited to see where will this take us next, and stuff. There is going to be uh, a season 3, but it won't. I don't think it's going to be released until sometime in mid 2027.
Hmm.
We'll see. It might take another 2 years. We'll see. I don't know. We'll have to see if it does come out at that time or not. We just have to wait and see and stuff. But oh, I want to say, Lady Miss says, thank you for the informative show, Raquel. It's getting late and I have an early 5 a.m. wake up call. LOL. Take care. Ooh, please get a good night's sleep. Good night. I'll catch up the rest of your show tomorrow. Right on. Thank you for being here, Lady Mist. I want to see. I hope I'm not missing anybody. I want to say thank you to Lady Mist, King of Duckies, Gorilla Random Thoughts, Jet Sparks, and my lovely host. Hello, Kitty. Thank you for being here so much. I appreciate you. Meow. Meow. And with that, guys, I am signing off for the night. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to hit the like button, click the notification bell, and click that subscribe button. It helps me out, folks. It was an enjoyable talking about Wednesday season 2, and we'll hopefully see you on season 3 soon. But while we wait for that, we will catch you guys on another day. Have a good rest of your evening, folks. And don't forget to hit the like button, click that subscribe, click that notification bell, and click that subscribe button. Love you all. Mwah.
Mwah.
See you later. Meow meow. Meow meow. If this is your first time being here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RaquelSSG2211. Catch you later.